Melvin Noble,
Melvin Noble is not Bubba.
You're going to hear from him on a call where we talk about just being paid $20,000. And ultimately, when he speaks to Detective Lawrence, who's the task force officer for the ATF, he sits down with Mr. White, you're going to hear that unprovoked when asked about why does he think Melvin Noble was killed, he's going to bring up the LBZ. He says he knows. Now, he will distance himself from his involvement, but you're going to see text messages. You're going to see videos. You're going to see interviews. When we talk about those pieces of the puzzle, and as you put them together, as this all comes together, there's going to be only one verdict. And I want you to remember those questions about who you hire.
Mo 3 trial getting on the
When
way.
you watch some of these videos, who would do and act like this? And what would cause a person?
They need to correct him and let him know Bubba and Mo 3 are two different people.
No regard for anybody else on my highway and who else they may involve. At the end of this, we're going to ask that you return the only just verdict in this case. That's a verdict guilty on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that supposed to make a note? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You for him.
If there is one thing that we can agree on, it's that no one likes to be used. No one likes to be misled. And the evidence that the state is going to present to you is going to have you, the juries, make a legal survey. But I submit to you that this is not a church, this is a courtroom. And the law demands evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculations, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. Now, and what I already talked to you a lot about, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's verdict. They bought the indictment, they have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. What are they going to be able to prove to you? It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap in their evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're going to hear, and I agree with the state, you're going to hear lots of information. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're going to hear about videos, social media, associations, friendships, rivalries, enemies. You're going to hear about gap theories, cars. I think you're going to hear a lot of this. But it doesn't mean the state has proven its case. This feud goes back to 2017. And Melvin Noble, who was the decedent, was initially the instigator. And you can hear information or evidence that he was upset that he was not included in a song called Six Feet that other local rappers from Dallas was included. And this is how it all started. And you're going to hear that Melvin Noble had many people that didn't like him. And based on his rap lyrics, you're going to hear that he had many people that he was having. And just like the said, Trapper Afraid was one.
Wow.
You're also going to hear, ladies and gentlemen, about credible witnesses. We talked about that. You're going to hear some personal witnesses that it's going to be incumbent that you use your independent judgment and speak to you independently have to decide the facts of this case. And I want you to question their motivations. What do they have to gain? What do they have to lose? Because that's going to be highly important. We're also going to hear, I want to spend a little bit of time on Detective Lawrence. He's the lead investigator on this case. And he's going to tell you that he's been looking into this because there's been several shootings and several homicides connected to the Dallas Bryson. And he had a lot of unsolved murders related to this case on his desk. The problem with that is that as he started to amass this accumulation of evidence, this 20 terabytes, this shift in his investigation of evidence was shown. Stop being what does the evidence prove, and it started being the statement, let me make all evidence fit into my theory. And that's where you come in. That's what they want you to make the untethered, disconnected, and flawed conclusions connect for them. They want you to speculate in assumptions. But every time you speculate, remember we talked about presumption of innocence? That erodes Mr. Wright's presumption of innocence. So every time you speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear a lot about this case. We ask that you keep an open mind. We ask that you always think of this presumption of innocence. We ask that if every time you speculate, say, what is the state trying to prove to me? And what is it really inferring? What do they want me to infer? What was the evidence switch? Because that's important. Because they're going to want you to infer black news from years before. They're going to want you to interpret phone conversations. They're going to say that associations just by meeting up is a connection. Simple things. People who have known each other since high school, years, just because they met up on that.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it
That's
straight.
going to be indicative of something that related to this topic. You will see that all the evidence, whether it's the text messages, photographs, phone calls, communications, meetups, associations, in their eyes, their theory has become totally focused, and everything in Detective Bourne's eyes and the state's eyes is now confirmed that a capital murder has come, and this is why. But we ask you not to let them do that. Not to let them speculate, not to let them use this untethered information. After you hear all the evidence, and I'll say you'll probably leave in 2 weeks. We're going to stand before you, we're going to ask that you find Mr. White not guilty of capital murder. Because the state will not be able to prove this case with credible, reliable, and trustworthy evidence that anyone, Marquise Conway, specifically that's a name in the indictment, gave kiwon White payment or promise of payment, or promise of payment for Melvin Noble's death. And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for enumeration. We're going to ask you by numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we decide which to vote them?
Yes, sir. As we're going through this time.
Okay. All right, both sides are instructed to tell their witnesses, both their witnesses on the list, potential witnesses, not to remain in the courtroom while testimony is going on, and not to discuss each other's testimony with anybody. Okay?
Sure.
Sit down and call the council witness.
Just trying to still recall Ms. Nicole Noble.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. State name, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. noticed. Okay. Would you mind, just introducing yourself to this jury, and spelling your name to the court order?
My name is Nicole Gill, that's Nichole, last name Noble. I'm the mother of Melvin.
You need to take a second. I know, why are you nervous this morning?
This has been a long time coming.
And again, if you need to take a break, compose yourself, that's perfectly fine. And I just want to kind of start with some of the basics. Where are you from?
I'm from McKinney, Texas.
And when you say we're from McKinney, Texas, how many, do you have a husband, are you married, get married, you have kids? Tell me a little bit about your family.
I'm married. I have ex-husband.
Okay.
Really sad, but I am the mother of two. I have two boys. Melvin was my oldest. I'm the youngest son. That's the oldest.
And what's his name?
Boys.
And as far as your ex, you're not going to bring that up, but what was his name?
Melvin, you seen it. Melvin, don't see it.
And so, Melvin, who we're going to be talking about during this trial, he was a junior.
Trying to get a little footage myself, y'all.
What was Melvin's birthday?
He was born May 31st, 1992.
And I know I've been referring to him as Melvin Noble, and I said no three, but what did you call him as his mother?
I call him the Melvin, but the whole family is Bubba. He's Uncle Bubba.
Oh, he was Bubba. I'm sorry,
He's
y'all.
Little Melvin to me, so.
And
I apologize. I didn't.
just, if you wouldn't mind, I know the church heard a little bit, just for okay statements about what he did.
I didn't know they called him Bubba.
Can you tell us a little bit about how Melvin got into rap? How did that career take off? Like, when did he begin rapping and singing?
I would say he was born into music, so he's been singing. I was like the whole 2-point homie at the age of 2, but rapping, I would say maybe about 7, 8. I can remember him writing his first rap on an Easter program. We used to have Easter programs, so he wrote his first rap on the Easter program.
And when you say on the Easter program, that was at the church.
At the church.
Your Honor, I approach. Now, Ms. Noble, in the past few years that you and I have gotten to know each other,
I'm trying to get the camera straight.
Photos, and I appreciate you providing quite a few, and I appreciate that. But State's Exhibit 1, State's Exhibit number 2, and State's Exhibit 3, are those photos that you provided to me?
It's always
And
something.
those are kind of the ones we picked out and we discussed your song. All right, State Rock State's Exhibit number 1, 2, and 3, previously tendered to the Council Council for inspection, but here again.
Always.
Let's go back in here.
Stacy, it's 1, 2.
Just know, I want to start with number 2. I kind of went back and forth for a little while.
Yes, I'm in my bonnet.
I know there's a story behind State's Exhibit 2. Can you tell the jury just a little bit
And
about
I have on glasses.
This photo was the last photo of my birthday when I was 48, so that's why that one meant so much. Because that was, he took me on a trip to Vegas, and that was our picture before I got on the plane. And that was that was my last birthday with him.
And what year was that photo taken?
In 2019.
So, this was not far too far
I got it
before,
now, yeah.
time when he was actually murdered, correct?
Well, that was December 2019.
So the next year, the following year.
The following year, it was my birthday, he didn't make it to my birthday, the following year.
Gotcha. And your permission to publish basically was 1, 2, and 3. If I forgot, I apologize. Thank you.
See.
State's exhibit number 1, and I know it's kind of hard, but look all over there. When was this photo taken?
That one was taken in 2019 as well, of him and the kids. That was 2019 as well.
And are these his babies?
Yeah, bear with me.
Okay. And just, if you wouldn't mind sharing who they are?
The boy that's, Trayvon, that's his oldest. This is Malaysia Nicole, that's the next one, the baby's Malia Nicole.
So Malaysia on the far left.
Yes,
Okay. And how old are they now?
they are 7, 8, and 9.
Can you just kind of let the jury know just a little bit about Melvin or Bubba, just not the star rapper.
And I apologize for saying he wasn't Bubba, I forgot.
Know about him as a person.
Well,
They called him Bubba.
He loved his family, he loved his mama, I knew it. But he was Lil Melvin and Bubba to us, it was never Mo3 at home, because it wasn't about rap at home, it was always, like I said, Bubba.
Well, I got it straight, I might edit that first
He
half.
was gonna be the clown, he was all entertainment. He could turn any kind of day, I mean, we could be having a bad day, he's gonna make it good. And he was just my baby, he was my baby. It was, no, I never referred to him as Mo3 to after he died and he still never, but it was never that at home. He liked to play Connect Four, he liked to sing, we did all of that at home. Like I said, he was our entertainment. Every holiday, every family gathering, it's gonna be him.
And so he began his love of music at an early age.
As a baby,
And sang in the church.
yes.
In fact, you still sing in the church, is that right?
I was a choir director, and so my kids, when nobody else wanted to sing, my kids had to sing. They had a choice.
And as he got older, is that when he found a love and passion for rapping?
Like I said, he always did it. He always did the music. He just, I gotta say, it sounds good for him to, what I say, make it, because, you know, everybody around us wanted to rap and sing, and he made it. Just in our eyes, he made it.
And your ex-husband, Melvin Sr., both of y'all sang, is that fair?
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit number 3, is this a photo of your son Melvin Noble performing?
Yes.
And the name Mo3, I know a lot of people pronounce it wrong or say it wrong or spell it wrong, but where does Mo3 come from?
His dad used to be called Triple L Cool L.
Triple L Cool Melvin.
The man took his name. That's all I can tell him. I told him all the time, you took your daddy's name. So he said he's a Mo of 3. So his dad was already called 3. So he went from Lil 3 to he's Mo 3.
And that stuck. I mean, that was
Yes.
until his last day on earth. And now, October of 2020, I'm sure the jury remembers, but we were in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. But was he still traveling a bunch and still performing and recording and everything?
But I knew that he was.
Okay. And You remember, information moved about freely throughout the testimony.
Yes.
I'm gonna share this been marked as State's Exhibit 998. That's previously been admitted for record purposes. Just a calendar of the month of October 2020, November 2020, and December 2020. Do you remember this time period of those dates? Do you remember this year?
I remember.
State would offer State's Exhibit 998, previously entered the defense for all purposes.
May I just review that, I'm sorry. I'll just. Okay.
6 exhibits, 998 is a minute for all purposes.
Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit 999 for demonstrative purposes only.
And what is,
It's the same calendar that's on 998.
it's a bigger.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And there appears to be things on there that maybe can be removed at some point, so it's not just blank, I don't know what's under there.
There's nothing on there. That's all right.
Okay, alright, then I don't have a objection tonight.
6 exhibit 999 is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Now back in November of 2020. Yeah, I'm just trying to make smaller photo here of State's Exhibit 2 that we've already published. You see that? Put that over here on State's Exhibit 999. Just a smaller picture for now of the family.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm so sorry, can we just scoot it back so that we can see what's being placed on there?
Will the jury be able to see from that far back? Okay. You can do it back. Jury. So,
And the full-size photos already have been drawn.
No, Mr. White.
are you able to video with everybody?
Your Honor, I think that'll work.
Okay, can the jury, see that? Yes. Okay, good.
Excellent. Now, how did you find out, or when did you learn that your son had been dead?
Well, my baby boy called me. He called me and told me that he had been shot. I went to the hospital. And after being about 2 hours, they came and told me that he didn't make it.
November 11th.
I remember nothing.
Sorry. And so approximately what time did you?
It was about, I said about
I don't know how this is gonna work, y'all. I might have to end it. I'm having problems.
Just again, what had you learned at that moment? Did you know if he was alive? Or?
No, when I got the call, nobody knew.
Okay. And when you received this call, where did you go?
I went to, I think it was a Methodist hospital, here in Dallas.
And when you arrived there, was there anybody else there with you?
I came by myself and the hospital was full of people. But yeah, I was there, I went by myself, but the hospital was full of people already.
And when you say full of people because he'd been shot?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the hospital, were you able to go back and see him, or what was the first what happened when you first?
When I first got to the hospital, I went in, I asked for them, they told me, they put me in a room, they told me to wait on the doctor. So I was waiting on the doctor. And like I said, it forever about 2 hours. And when the detectives and everybody came back, then they came in to tell me that he didn't make it.
And then a couple hours
That
after?
was a couple hours after I got there. I had been there for a couple hours.
Now, on November 11th, when you got that call, were you surprised that he was even in town, or did you know he was in town or out of town?
I knew he was coming back that day. He had left. He told me he was going to California. He left, and I knew he was coming back that day, but I didn't know he was already back.
And when you say already back, did you later find out that he actually came back in town on November 10th?
Yes. After he got.
After he got. Leading up to November 11th, had you ever had any concerns about his safety or anything like that?
I didn't like that because I didn't know, I'm old, so I'm not listening to rap. And so I didn't know, again, when he's at home with us, he's not the rapper, he's not the rapper, he's Lamel, he loved it. So we didn't have to worry about none of that at home.
And I know you've heard a lot that's gone on in the years since, is that
I
fair?
feel sorry for her.
But as a mother, that wasn't something that you were privy to or knew about.
Right.
She's looking in the kid's face.
He the only one?
It's a
Well, I didn't know he was actually one that actually shot that man.
Now, so I know it's been almost 6 years. Before I go to this last exhibit, is there just anything that I've forgotten to ask you that?
Hit the like button. That's Mo 3 case trial just starting. Trying to get a little footage.
Remember from the 11th of the jury.
I'm an amateur, so y'all bear with
And I
me.
apologize, Your Honor, I'm going to subject to that as this is question and answer, not narrative.
Just a reminder, how old was your son in 2020?
It was 28.
And how old were his children?
They were 1, 2, and 3.
Just know, yeah,
Can I name that first briefly?
I think I'm gonna have to see. Now, Ms. Noble, support group here, is that part of the family?
Yes.
Who else here would you be in the courtroom?
My brothers, my sister-in-law, my nephew, my friends.
And when we met the other day, you'd had, or a couple weeks ago, I guess, you'd had some questions about the murder itself and how his body was. Is that fair? And you wanted to see a couple things just to get a better understanding of how he was shot. Is that fair? Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. You've previously seen it too, and I'm just going to show it to you just briefly. And is that your son?
Yes.
And that was after he passed?
Yes.
You described six exhibit four for the record.
Yeah, Your Honor, Stacy Exhibit number 4, say Robert Stacy Exhibit number 4 for all purposes, which is the living photo, or the identification photo, excuse me, not live photo, identification photo after Mr. Noble had passed, that was taken at Swift.
Any objections?
It has to do with some photos.
This is the number four, is it, right?
Permission public.
You name?
Thank you. And Your Honor, I'll be publishing that through the medical examiner to specify the way.
That's fine, later on.
Yeah, sure. Not with Ms. Noble saying. All right, thank you, Ms. Noble. Absolutely.
Events.
Thank you. Good, morning, Ms. Noble. My name is Bree West. I'm gonna just ask you a few questions. If there's anything that I ask you that you don't understand or is confusing, just ask me to rephrase it or repeat it. Is that okay? Okay, so Melvin Noble is your son.
Yes.
And he, obviously you guys are very close, it sounds like, is that right?
Yes.
Clearly you loved him, you talked about all the different family things that you did at home, is that right?
Yes.
And how he would spend time with you and at your home and play games and things like that, is that right?
Yes.
And then I also heard you say that Melvin was a different person when he was at home, is that correct?
Yes. Hello. Yes.
Yes, he was your son when he was at home, is that right? Yes. And in fact, you said that you never even called him Mo3, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you didn't, like none of the Mo3 persona was inside of your home.
Right.
And therefore, you didn't have any information about things that may have been going on as it relates to the persona Mo3. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, as far as anything going on, no. Now, he did listen to some of his videos.
Sure, I mean,
You know, we have a.
you're gonna be supportive.
Go ahead.
Yes, we did, like I said. So you're saying not knowing anything about the movie? Yes, we listen to his music.
And let me
but not like-
Let me stop you just 1 second. I think that I didn't ask a good question. Of course, I assume and believe that you have supported your son's career, is that right? And that you would have bought his music, listened to his music, you know, all of the things, is that right? Okay. I'm talking about Mo3, the performer and the persona. That person, what I understood you to say, wasn't somebody that you spent time with, is that right? You spent time
Because he wasn't rapping at home with us.
Right.
He wasn't at home performing for us rapping. He did that when he was little, not when he became Mo3 the rapper. No, he wasn't doing that at home with us.
Okay, and so when he became Mo3 the rapper, would you agree with me that Mo3 the rapper was a persona that he put out into the world?
Yes.
And that he did, you know, he grew that persona on social media, would you agree with that?
Yes.
And that he grew it through performing, and sort of online. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that because that persona was separate from you, you didn't necessarily know a lot of the things that the persona had going on. Is that fair?
Yes.
In terms of any, you know, sort of any issues that the persona, Mo3, had going on. Is that fair?
Yes.
Or, for example, you know, were you aware,
I'm gonna check, she said she's had no awareness of persona or anything going on with her persona, so I think going into four examples of the position that you already answered it.
and I just wanna make sure that, because it's such a generalized question, I just wanna clarify whether or not there's any information that she doesn't have.
Down to what she does.
Oh, yeah.
Specific.
Hold on. Not you. Let me see.
So you perhaps didn't know about the issues or the problems or the instigation or whatever it is that Mo 3, the artist, had. Is that what I heard you say?
Correct.
Okay. But you are aware that there was some conflict and some tension between him and his manager, Rainwater, is that right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
What you mean?
That there were issues between him and his manager, Rainwater, that have extended into issues that you have with his ex-manager, Rainwater.
I'm gonna inject the raw in that color. I don't know, this is relevant at all.
You better go to work on it. That's the mom.
Let me go briefly.
You know,
It's right. Why was more free stuff outside? Don't want the gangster stuff. He didn't understand what she said. The three.
Okay, so what you're saying is, ma'am, that, the difficulties that your son had with Go Yayo, Brandon Rainwater, Trap Boy Freddy, Beto, Gun and Music, the issues and the beefs and the problems and having all of those people, you're not aware of.
No, I didn't know any of those people until he died, except for him.
Okay. And so what you now know is that there were disagreements with a bunch of different people and the persona made Mo 3 and the performer Mo 3.
Again, he wasn't here, so I still don't really know what's to be true and what's not to be true, because again, before he died, I knew none of those people. I knew none of nobody before he died.
And my question is that what you now have learned is that with the performer Mo 3, there were conflicts and issues with a bunch of different people.
I've seen that on social media.
And so before, and you don't know anybody named kiwon White, is that right?
I don't do none of it.
And you don't know, you weren't present on the highway on November 11th? You don't know anything that led up to November 11th, is that right? You don't know anything that was existing between any of those Rainwater, any of those people and the persona Mo 3 prior to that, is that right?
Rain and Mo, and never did have an issue that I know of, so I don't know what you're actually saying. What's the question again? Because they didn't have an issue as far as I know of.
Right, and I guess that's my question, that you weren't aware of that.
No.
Okay, but you don't know that there wasn't an issue.
Right.
Right. And so are you aware that?
Your Honor, I'm gonna check this and this witness is only here to ID her son, which I knew about that day. She's testified multiple times that she's not aware of any of these people or any of these personas. And the fence keeps going down this rabbit hole.
And I apologize, Your Honor, we were just learning about the persona of Mo3 and the person of Mo3. There was a lot of information put out about that, so I'm just asking for questions following that.
And I think she's responded that he was this person at home to them. And she does not, she does not know any of the other people or about any tenants. And so she's not aware of any, any of this information.
Okay,
So,
Thank you.
okay, with that in mind, go ahead and take your questions to what she does know based on her answers.
okay, thank you. What I heard you testify to is that, you learned that, Melvin Noble had come back, that he was in LA prior to November 11th, is that right?
Yes,
And that you believed that he was in LA at least all the way through November 11th, is that right?
well, I knew he was coming back earlier.
Yes, thank you for correcting me, coming back November 11th, you knew that. But you later learned that he had come back before November 11th, is that right?
After he died.
And, do you know who he was traveling with when he was in LA?
Him and Wayne.
Okay,
And
do you know whether or not, Mr. Rainwater traveled back with him?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not he was present with him
I don't know.
anytime?
I don't know.
Okay, and the only thing is, this young lady has to write down everything that we're saying,
Okay.
and so that's why it's different, I don't wanna talk over you, and I don't want you to talk over me. And so my question is, do you know whether or not when he returned early, whether or not, anybody knew, other than the person he was traveling with, that he was coming back early? You, said that you did listen to his music, is that right?
Yes,
And you-
obviously, for the cuss.
Okay, so did you, a lot of his music did have cuss words in it, is that fair?
Yes,
Okay, and so are you aware of the, content and things that he was rapping about in his music?
ma'am, but before he died, no, I didn't know, because a lot of it I listened to after.
And so are you aware that his rap songs are talking about sort of money and shootings and drugs and all of that kind of thing? Okay, and what you're saying is that part of Mo3 you didn't know?
No.
But you are not saying that that's not a part of Mo3 that existed since he rapped about it?
That's not him with me.
Okay. And I think you already answered this, but I wanna make sure that you're saying that you're not aware of any conflicts that he had with anyone.
I don't know.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understood that, so you don't know anything about conflict with the Marquis Conway? That you didn't know that? I mean, maybe after the fact, but you didn't know that at the time, is that right?
Correct.
And so you don't know any of the relationships or the connections between any people?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yes, I know it's frustrating, and she trying to get her to say something that she don't have any knowledge of.
Ms. Noble, would you like to
She
read
knows.
that?
That's her son.
That's what it's,
Yes.
say,
Nothing broken, State Your Honor, this witness finally be excused.
say, defense.
No.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yes. Ms. Miller, you can step down for now, but please don't leave in case, the defense wants to call you.
Okay.
Okay?
Your Honor, please approach.
Yes, you do.
Make money. He is over here. He make money. They gonna be no easy problem. I told them. When they read ready, man. White boy told you. White man. Black man. For that boat.
Y'all can go back to your seat. Stay cool, please.
So we call Ms. Hopkins.
Work on it. Thanks. Wonder about it. It's so sour.
Please raise your hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name to the court reporter?
Yes, Tamitha Hopkins, HOPKINS.
And Ms. Hopkins,
Tamitha, TAMATHA.
and, Ms. Hopkins, is it or you don't particularly want to be here today?
That's correct.
But you've visited and we've met, I think, twice now, is that fair?
That's correct.
Well, I do appreciate you being here. I want to, just a couple of questions. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions before we start getting into some things. Where are you from generally?
I'm from the Dallas area
And how long have you lived generally in this area?
since 1991.
And as far as your involvement on this case in which you've been brought down here for, it's really only regarding one part of this case, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, November of 2020, are you familiar with that date?
Yes.
And what were you doing on November 11th of 2020?
I was en route to car dealership.
And what roadway were you on en route to that car dealership?
From 20 to 35.
I-20 to I-35?
Yes.
And which direction did you take I-35, north or south?
North.
Government approach. Ms. Hopkins, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and tendered to the defense of State's Exhibit 45 and 46. Have you had an opportunity to review these prior to your testimony today? And does that show State's Exhibit 45 a zoomed out view of Dallas, and then State's 46 a zoomed in of the area you're going to testify about?
That's correct.
Say what our State's Exhibit 45 and 46 previously tendered to the defense.
He's too alive.
No objection. All right, this is it, 45 and 46 are in there,
Permission to vote, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit number 45, zoomed out view of kind of southern Dallas County. You see that?
Yes.
And then on the left-hand side, we see a kind of a fork in the middle of two highways that come together. Is that where 67 and 35 combine?
Yes.
All right. You're on I-35 heading north, and this is November 11th, 2020. What did you observe that day, or did you observe anything?
Well, I observed right when I was exiting 20 to get on 35, I noticed a black vehicle coming up, approaching pretty quickly behind me from like the DeSoto area.
And what time of day was this that you were on 35?
It has been 10:30 or 11ish, I think.
It was almost 6 years ago, right?
Yeah, I remember I had a car appointment, so I think it was at 11, so, or something like that, so,
Okay. Middle of the day.
yes.
Now, can you describe at that time, 35 I know is always under construction, but specifically at that time period, States Exhibit 46 we see here, that is not, is that how we looked back in 2020 with clean roadways and everything?
No.
Okay. What was particularly going on in this area?
I know there was a lot of construction near the zoo area, right before the zoo, which they was on.
And so right here in the middle of States Exhibit 46, we see Clarendon running from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And as you were driving north approaching Clarendon, you see a black car in your rearview mirror, and describe for the jury what you saw do.
And I would
Well-
just, I'm so sorry, ma'am, I would just suggest to suspend.
What did you see the black car do?
Well, I noticed the black car before, right as I got on 35. At that point, when they were coming up pretty quickly, they were like changing lanes, trying to get over because there was 3 of us at first. And so the black car was trying to weave in and out of traffic. I heard the noise behind me and the black car was on the right side of me.
When you say there's 3 of us, was there a third car?
Right when I got on, when I noticed the black car. So that was what I know now to be.
Go to object to what she knows now to
There was a gold car on the left, there was a truck in the middle, and then I was on the right hand side, the far right.
And when you say you heard a noise, what did you think you heard?
I thought it was either a wreck or a blowout, or someone had a blowout.
Okay. And as you drive north on I-35, did you see any car act erratically like it had a blowout?
It happened pretty quickly. I knew something was happening to the left of me, and then I saw the black car kind of catty-cornered to the right of me, and so they came to an abrupt stop, and that's when I thought either they'd been hit or had a blowout.
And what did you do when that car came to a stop? And where were you?
We were probably right past the zoo, a couple exits up from the zoo,
On the highway.
on the highway.
Okay.
Yes.
So when they came to a complete stop, what did you do at that moment?
I came to a stop as well.
And where was your car located on? Were you on a shoulder or was it
I was in the middle of the highway.
middle of
I wish
I-35?
I'd have been out there on that highway.
And what did you do when you stopped? What did you do?
I let down my passenger window.
Okay. And why did you do that?
I was trying to ask the person if they were okay.
I'm sure you did.
Mhm.
When you rolled down your window, did you speak to that person and check on them?
Yes.
And what happened when you did that?
When the person was exiting the vehicle, he was getting out and putting the mask over his face. And when I asked if he was okay, that's when they pointed the gun at me and told me to flee. And I said,
Your Honor, she made what the person said to her.
he said, bitch, get the fuck out of here.
And did you see him, he had a mask, and did you notice anything else that he had?
He also had a gun.
Now, have you ever identified anybody or been asked to identify anybody in this case?
No.
When he said that to you, what did you do?
I left.
During the approach?
She might not get pointing out because he had the mask on, but if she can remember his voice, if he say something, it's it. It's a rap.
Now, when we've met previously and we've gone over some exhibits, is that fair?
Ask him to say, bitch, get the fuck off. And
States exhibit
whatever he
number 44, do you recognize, or let me start with this,
Remember
States
that
exhibit
voice?
43, do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Yes,
And is this the 911 call that you made?
yes,
States exhibit 44, does this show, what was going on the highway that day when you were driving?
yes,
States exhibit 748, 749, and 750.
YouTube, I bet you they didn't know they had that eyewitness.
Or excuse me.
Now all they have to do is get Kiwon to say something. Whatever he said to her on that interstate, if he can repeat it and she remember that voice, his ass is got.
Shots that show actually your vehicle when you stopped, is that correct?
yes.
And the video, does that accurately depict and show the events of November 11th, 2020?
Yes.
State would offer States exhibits 43, 44, 748, 749, 750, for all purposes, and 56, excuse me, which is a business records affidavit, for the records, for the video that you testified to.
And that states 44.
Stage 44 is the video.
That's referenced in state exhibit 56.
Stage 56 is the business records affidavit, and stage 44 is the records for the business records affidavit.
Any objections?
May I speak to witness before the interview? May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I just want to show you a few of these photos. Can you point out where you are?
I believe that's me there.
This one, and this one,
Yes.
and this one? Cool, okay. What type of vehicle is that?
It's a BMW.
Okay, thank you. Now that you see the photos. No objection to this conference 911 call. No objection to the video.
All right, states exhibits 43, 44, 748, 749, 750 are admitted for purposes, and state exhibit 56 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you. And Ms. Hopkins, I'm just showing a smaller version of 748. I know it's very small.
Mhm.
Is that just a smaller version of it?
Yes.
Permission to post these exhibits, Your Honor. Thank you. And I apologize, but how soon did you call 911?
Probably just a few seconds after I left the scene.
Yeah, right on 35 north before like Marcellus, there's a guy with a saw rifle, he's shot a guy in another car. Yeah, he got out and shot his floor.
You said northbound 35 and where?
I went to, past Marcellus.
Past Marcellus?
Yeah, past Marcellus, right between Marcellus and 8th Street. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where, but
But this is on the freeway at 35, correct?
Yes, 35 north.
His name was white, and that, and another weapon.
He was a black male, light skin. He had on, a sweater with a hoodie on it. It wasn't a hoodie, but sort of like a ski cap. But I could see his face, but his face was only covered up like his skin. And when I thought the guy had a blowout, and I pulled up on side him, and he got out with his gun, and he told me to get the fucking away with it, and he pointed the gun. And that's why he had I don't know what kind of rifle it was, but it was some kind of assault rifle, and he shot like twice, and then he shot again like 4 times, right across the park.
And a vehicle? He shot a vehicle?
He shot at the vehicle stopped. I don't know if the guy got hit the first time, but the guy that was doing the shooting stopped and got out of his car and ran to the car that he shot at first. And
What kind of vehicle was the suspect in?
it was a black, I want to say it was a black Camaro, and the suspect, the victim was in like a tan 4-door sedan. I don't know what kind it was. But they were both right outside of me.
Okay, was on the right or the left side of the freeway?
The suspect was on the far left, the fast lane, and the black sports car, he came up behind us really fast, and he was bending back and down to get through that car. And then he pulled up on side of it in the right lane next to us and shot him. And the car kind of spun out in front of me. That's why I thought he had a blowout. And I thought the guy was trying to stop and help him. But he wasn't, he was shooting at him.
He said it was just before my train was pressed.
Yeah, it was between Mercedes and 8th Street. I don't know exactly. I just know that I came up on 8th Street when I called you guys.
Okay. Did you get his age, the suspect?
He was probably between, I would say he's between 26 and maybe 30, 32.
And height, weight, did he weigh that when he come out?
He was probably around, I want to say 5'8". Like I said, he was light skinned. He had on dark clothing. He was probably around maybe 180, maybe 180.
Okay.
He was still built, but he wasn't a skinny dude, but he wasn't a big guy.
And the vehicle, the Camaro, it was like a newer model, older model?
Yeah, it was a newer model.
Didn't have any of the license plate, did you?
I didn't get any of a license plate.
No, you're doing your job. She's in a lot. You're doing a lot of information. Thank you.
And can I have that? Tabitha Hopkins.
Tabitha?
C-A-L-A-C-H-A.
And our phone number is 972.
Ms. Hopkins, I'm gonna stop it right there. Just to not have any good personal information, out there, be put out there. State's Exhibit 44, that's been previously admitted, which is gonna be the dash cam video, and you watch this, correct?
Yes.
Oh, and if your honor, just because it's kind of hard to see on this video, would you mind giving me a Thank you, Judge.
What was more on? I thought he was going to the movie shoot. I was finna go make a movie. He was finna go to the movie shoot. Thought he was finna go to the movie shoot.
And your honor, again, just for the record, this is State's Exhibit 44.
He ain't gonna do a movie shoot. Yeah. Well, who knew he was going? Right, or and the girl baby mama, Ashley.
And I'm gonna pause right here, if I can. There appears to be, last one, in about 1 minute, I believe, where we see the box truck, and then an orange cone on the far left, and a silver car. Is that your silver BMW?
Yes,
And then the two cars that are in front of you, are those the two cars that you described?
yes.
The one on the left, which one was that?
That's the tan car that I called in on.
Okay. And the other car would, and that car was,
What is to notate for the tree?
if you could, if you could point just above the, yeah, you can actually circle it on that screen.
Yeah.
Would you mind circling on that first where you're at?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, that works. And then the tan car that was in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And then the black car you described, can you please notate that?
It's here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Judge.
We also use the hollow rotation, the pencil, not necessarily far out the edge.
Very good, thank you, Judge. And as they were in front of you and you passed the truck that is recording, when did you first hear the first two loud sounds that you described?
It was shortly after this, is when I heard the noise.
Okay.
Why you got their car? Yeah, just. Tree slowed down. I knew you tell me. Here's the dude, right? And the girl can tell me. That's what I think. I don't let nobody hit the car. They could not get the license plate of the car.
Now, Ms. Hopkins, in general, at the moment we see in this video the gold or tan car stop and driver get out. Where are you located and where is the black car located?
I am over in the far left, and the black car is next to me on the right.
Okay, and you testified earlier about the interaction you had with the driver of that vehicle. Is this the moment right here, where that interaction takes place.
Those minutes.
Roughly,
Roughly, yes.
in the next couple seconds
Yes.
after our press play. And I will press play here in a second. Now, when you testified, you did describe some clothing, and just for the record's purposes, you did a motion with your face, like kind of a pulling motion.
Yes,
And did you, I can't remember, if you said you putting on a ski mask?
yes,
I know it's COVID time, a lot of us were wearing masks, but, you described the ski mask, correct?
yes, it was a full cover, yes.
And I'm showing you states 751, which is, still like just a portion of that, exhibit that already came in 750.
Yes,
Does that show what the person looked like when they were getting out of their car?
yes,
And this comes from 750 that's previously been admitted. Just a closer up view to be able to see what he had on as far as on his face and the clothing.
yes.
No way for you to identify who that person was. Is that fair?
No,
Your Honor, at this time, State would offer State's Exhibit 751 for all purposes.
Your Honor, we would just object to 751 being a duplicate of previous exhibit.
The objection is overruled, State's Exhibit 71 is a conviction.
751, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Permission to publish. And Ms. Hopkins, again, you described the individuals having what type of firearm?
I thought it was an assault rifle, that's what I called in on.
Do you remember if the weather was cold enough that day to be wearing a ski mask?
No,
It was not.
no, it was not.
And so, just, I'm gonna try to play here. Yeah, sure, I did. Forgot it. And so just, I'm gonna press play here, and that shows the beginning interaction, and then what do you do after that interaction?
I take off, at that point and call 911.
Ms. Hopkins, have you ever seen anything like this on a highway before?
No,
What was going through your mind once you realized it wasn't blood? What was going through your mind?
well, I was frightened, I thought that maybe, the assailant thought that I saw his face enough to recognize with the gun pointed toward me. I didn't know if I was gonna get shot or not. Afterwards, I kind of got my bearings and then, called 911. But shocked.
Sure. And again, we talked about this. You never had. No, Your Honor, sorry about that. As far as the information and description that you provided that day on the freeway, was that the extent of what you could provide?
Yes,
And this was in Dallas County, correct?
correct,
That's in the state of Texas.
yes.
I'll pass it with Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, on the video that we just watched, you are driving in the far left lane, right?
Correct,
And the black car is in the middle lane.
yes,
And that black car stops is what we saw, right?
yes,
And it appears that you stop, is that correct?
that's correct.
And and you're there for a few seconds and then you continue to drive, is that right?
That's right.
And in the video that we just watched, you drove off before the person in the black car got out.
Before he got all the way out, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that the car he was putting on a mask, opening the door, pointing a gun at you, and yelling at you. And then you drove all of this sort of at the same time, but then you drove off and then he got out, is what you're saying?
He got out enough to, as I said, he was putting his mask on when he was getting out of the car.
Okay, could you see inside the car?
No,
Okay, so you don't know who else was in the car?
I don't know if anybody else was in the car.
Okay, so you don't know if anybody else was, but you don't know that there wasn't because you couldn't see inside the car.
That's correct.
Okay, because you ultimately were just driving on your way somewhere on this day.
Yes,
And you said that in the video, once the two cars passed the box truck, they were in front of you now. You said that's when you first heard the loud pop.
yes.
Okay, and then you continued to drive, is that right?
After the pop, yes.
After the pop. And then what you saw behind you was this gold car.
I saw the black car first.
Okay,
I noticed the black car first.
once you stopped, did you see the gold car or the tan car?
No,
Okay. Did you see the person in the tan car, what he was doing?
no,
Did you see whether or not he had gotten a gun?
no,
Did you know whether or not there's anybody coming out of the passenger side with a gun?
of the gold car?
Of the gold car?
No,
Of the black car?
no,
Do you know whether or not there was any other shooting?
any additional shooting?
Yes. From I think you said that you heard a couple more shots before.
As I was driving off, yes.
Okay. Do you know if there was any more shots after that?
Not that I heard.
Okay. And is that because you were obviously driven off at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't know anything about the person in the black car?
No,
And you don't know who that person is, right?
no,
And you don't know who else was in the car?
I do not.
And you don't know anything about the person that was in the tan car?
No,
You don't know anything about whether those people even knew each other?
no,
You don't know whether or not there was any surrounding circumstances that precipitated this?
no,
You don't know whether or not the gold car initiated anything?
no,
You just came upon a scene and just whatever it is that you described is what you described in the time frame that you saw it.
that's correct.
And the whole time, how long do you think that was?
From the time I saw the black car or just from that interaction?
From the, I guess what you described like a popping sound,
That's correct.
from like the popping sound.
It happened so quickly.
15 seconds?
No, it's probably longer than 15 seconds. Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
20 or 30
Less than a minute.
Less than a minute, 20 or 30 seconds. And you said that the person in the black car had on a mask.
I was putting on a mask.
Was putting on a mask.
Correct.
But you couldn't see anything about their face, is that right?
I could see from their nose down.
Okay, and you said that you couldn't, I think you had stated earlier that you couldn't see whether or not there was markings or tattoos or anything on their face.
Well, I don't think anyone asked me that.
Okay, and you described them having on dark colored clothing, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and when you say dark colored clothing, were you talking about top and bottom?
I was talking about the top.
You were talking about the top, so when you said clothing, you didn't mean bottom.
No,
Did you describe the bottoms?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you describe anything about the lower half of that person's clothing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just that a mask and dark clothing is what you said.
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that you saw an assault rifle, is that right?
Yes,
And you're not a person, I mean, are you a gun aficionado?
I am not.
Okay, so you weren't sure.
I knew it wasn't a regular gun, but
Okay,
I wasn't sure what it was. That's why I said, it seemed to be a stun assault rifle.
okay. You said that you were subpoenaed to be here.
Yes,
Who subpoenaed you?
the prosecution.
Okay. And you said that, there was a lot of construction going on the highway on this day,
Correct.
and this was in November, is that right?
Yes. Mhm.
Of 2020,
Yes,
okay? And so it was not warm outside, is that right?
it was not warm outside.
Okay. And you described that car in the video, the foreground of the video, as just a tan four-door sedan.
Yes,
But that car also came up next to you or on the other side of you. In other words, it was close to you as well.
yes, I was close to the tan car from the time I got on 35,
You were close to the tan car from the time that you got onto 35
from I-20, yes.
from I-20.
Mhm.
Okay. So was the tan car on I-20 with you
The tan car was on 35 already.
already?
Yes.
Okay. And as you were merging,
Correct,
you came together with the tan car?
yes.
Do you know where the tan car was coming from?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know, where the black car was coming from?
I could see as far back as Wintergreen on 35. I know that's right. I know it's them that far back.
Okay, so the black car was coming all the way from Wintergreen to 35?
Yes. It looked like Wintergreen or like where 35. It's right before you can get off on 20 West, I believe.
Okay, so it's before or after the I-20 entrance?
Before.
Before I-20 and 35 come together,
Mhm.
you're saying you could see back past that,
Once I got on 35,
okay?
yes,
And that Wintergreen and 35 is where you saw the black car
in that vicinity,
in
yes.
that vicinity,
Yes.
okay? But you're saying that the Gould car was on 35,
Already, yes.
not knowing where it came from.
I do not know where it came from.
I mean, you don't know where the black car came from.
I don't know where it's coming from.
And how many times have you met with the prosecution?
Twice.
Okay, and when was the first time you met with them?
I don't recall.
Okay, was it, in 2025?
No,
Was it before 2025?
No.
Was it in 2026?
yes,
Okay, and so both times that you've met with the prosecution has been in 2026?
to my recollection, yes.
Okay, and during those meetings, did they provide you with information about the allegations in this case?
No,
Did they tell you, the name Kiwon White?
I don't recall.
Did they tell you, did they say anything to you about somebody named Mo3?
Yes,
Did they say anything about, somebody named Melvin Noble?
yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Marquise Conway?
yes,
Did they say anything about, somebody named Yellow Beezy?
yes,
Did they give you a description of what the allegations were?
no,
They just told you those names?
yes,
And did they ask you if you knew those people?
yes,
Do you know those people?
I do not.
I think you described the person on the highway as not skinny, but not a big guy,
From what I could see, yes.
okay? And that they were about 5'8",
I was guesstimating, yes,
okay, and about 180 pounds.
correct.
And just finally, you don't have any idea why the shooting occurred?
I do not.
I'm gonna pass the witness this time.
State,
No, no, say,
maybe something to release.
no,
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, man, please just step down, please stay in touch with the state manager in case they need to come.
So stay here.
You don't have to stay, okay, but you are under just say out to discuss your testimony with anybody else.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you like a short break? Yes, okay, let's take a 15-minute break. And back at 11:30.
All right.
She might have not stopped. The one that's on somebody else, they said, not you. Well, right they gonna get it probably today. I put something in the end. That's tricky. But if you don't know,
Can I? You don't have just the video on, you only have it on this, right?
All right, my people, we are looking at some of the footage from Mo 3 trial. We just getting started.
That's very good.
I don't know if y'all can see me a little bit, but it is what it is. I'm just getting out the hospital. So, I'm coming. Let's see what we think so far. I'm sitting here with my friend girl. She really don't know much about it. I've been telling her bits and pieces on what's been going on for a couple of months here now. Now I got her interested in what's happening. And I see the words that they're saying is really tricky. That, you know, like when they were interviewing the mom and they trying to trip her up on whether or not she know Mo3. And like I was saying, a lot of times parents don't know, you know, what their kids are doing outside of the home. She said Mo3 wasn't brought inside of her house. He was Melvin, or he was Bubba. And again, my apologies for earlier. I said that Bubba and Melvin were two different people. I apologize for that. Bubba and Melvin are the same persons. But anyway, yeah, a lot of times, you know, you don't know what your kids are doing outside of home. I could see where they were going with it, you know, trying to make him out to be a murderer, a murderer. Excuse me, because you're going to say, you know, so many words over here. You can't be blunt. I was explaining to her how's it, you know, how you word your stuff on when you're blogging. So I could see where Mama Nicole was getting a little frustrated with the questions that they were asking. Them girls bad. Them girls bad. Them girls, they know they shit. So, and even them examining this lady that was just up, they was trying to get her too, you see, trying to get her to say something was what it wasn't. Now, where we were saying that she shouldn't have answered, one question she shouldn't have answered was how much the person looked like they weighed that was running down the highway. And she said looked like he weighed 180 pounds. And I don't think, you know, that guy running down the highway was about 180 pounds. Looked like he might have been, 150 or so, you know, at that time. Now it's 6 years later. It's 6 years later. So maybe she was asking, well, she was asking how much the person weighed then. And she said 180 pounds. And from the way I see it, I don't think that person was 180 pounds. But we'll see. We'll see. But they really have to be mindful on the questions that are being asked. And they have to pay close attention because they are really trying to get Kiwon off. Now, the surprise came in where they didn't think they had any witnesses, you know, off the interstate. Because I had no idea that they had gotten in touch with any witnesses, which none of us, because even watching the everyday bloggers talk about this case, nobody ever said about an interstate witness. Even when the list was out, you know, it was a lot of people on the list that, you know, we were familiar with. But in my mind, I wasn't thinking that it would be actual interstate witness. And, you know, it could be good. But this is what I did say. If she, like she said, she remembered what Kiwon told her. I don't know what he said verbatim, but I know it was move the fuck on or something, bitch, and he pointed the gun at her. Now, if they were to allow him to say what he said to her and she could remember the voice and how it sounded, then maybe that could prove that he was the actual shooter. So this is gonna be a tough one. Salute my friend who's sitting in with me. Thank you for tuning in. We got a lot of people blogging. Everybody's blogging, baby. Everybody's trying to get a little footage. Okay. Everybody's trying to get a little footage, you know, so I understand. But for those of you that can't catch the bigger fish, then hey, I'm one of the smaller fish. Sit with me. Big Red Diva. Yeah, but again, I'm just getting out of the hospital, you guys. So, and I really wasn't gonna film, but why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? But this is a sad situation for everybody. For everybody. It's been a lot of back and forth since Monday. You know, with the trial taking off, the jury being selected, you know, a lot of the bloggers have been really at each other. Not only that, we've had Jackie and Ashley going at it. But I'm going to give you my honest opinion about the situation. And I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, I can come back and apologize. I said it on other platforms. I do believe Ashley and Rainwater set this up. I do believe. Rainwater got in touch with Ashley, told Ashley, you know, Mo3 was back home and where he was, because he did know he was at Jossie's house. It was also said, you know, Ashley was blowing Mo3 phone up and he wasn't answering her. So out of rage, and we all could see, she angers really fast. And when she get angry, she goes berserk. So I could see her in fear, in anger, not in fear, just in anger, because he's not answering the phone. And Cedric is GRC. I guess he's the leader. And it's allegedly said that she has some involvement with him still today. But she's saying she doesn't know him. But Trina, the little girl, young lady, has came on here and verified that she has dealings with Cedric. Cedric was a boyfriend of Ashley's. And that's Mo3's op. So, what I get out of it, Mo3 was a force to reckon with. He was a force to reckon with. He stood on business, like they say. He stand on all 10. He wasn't a scary guy. And he handled his business, so to speak. And that was all the way around the board. He wasn't afraid of anybody. And I gather, being his height, you know, a lot of times you have to stand your grounds or else you'll get stepped all over. I could see he was the kind of man that if he did all of these things that they say he did in the streets, he handled his own business. He didn't have to pay anybody to go and step, so to speak. If he is the person that they say he is, because I didn't know him. I learned of Mo3 when I came over to YouTube listening to Young Dolph situation. And then I tapped into Mo3 and it became interesting to me because the Mo3 that they described, he reminds me a lot of my brother. He was that type of person. But my brother was like 6 foot tall. Kamar Jarman was his name. Better known as Bucket on the streets. And also my other brother, Ivy Smith, Lil Ivy. He was the CEO of TBG, Top Boy Gorilla. And pretty much the same thing was going on in their lives that's going on in Mo3 life. Well, allegedly going on in Mo3 life. I can't speak, facts. All I could go off is what is being said on the app. And so far, the life that they give him, whether it's the life that he lived for real or not, my brothers lived that life. And I could relate. So, and that's what sparked my interest, because he, puts me in the mind of my little brothers, which they are no longer with us. They were taken out pretty much the same way. And with my brothers and the character that they portrayed for Mo3, it was pretty much the same. Either it's them or you. If you were in a beef with them, it wasn't going to end until somebody was unalived. And that's sad to say, because nobody wants a loved one to be unalived. Did I uphold the life that my brothers lived? No, I didn't. But I accepted that that's the life that they chose to live and wanted to live. Did they have to live that life? No, they did not. But being a product of your environment, I could honestly say a lot of their ways came from my father. And he was a stand-up kind of guy. He took no mess whatsoever. He was a person, if you're into it with him, it was either you or him. My dad is still with us. He did 25 years for Erder. The guys that murdered his brothers, he found them and did away with them. And he did 25 years behind it. And he always told me this one thing: I'd rather come see you than to bury you. Makes a lot of sense when you're living that type of life. But it is what it is. Everybody, choose in life what they want to, whether it's good or bad. And as long as you understand that it's consequences and repercussions behind any actions, hey, who are we? Who are we to judge? I'm about the truth. I speak the truth. I tell it like it is. No, I didn't uphold my brothers in their wrongdoing. But you also have to come to a realization of, if we coming from the Bible, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And I was, familiar with the scripture, and I also knew what the scripture meant. So when you come to the meaning of the scriptures, then it all makes sense. And then a lot of times you can handle when your loved one is murdered. You see, because you have to look at it like your loved one made someone moms cry. Down south we say we dress the family. You see. So when your child is living that type of life, or your brother or your dad or whomever is living that type of life, and they dress a family, then you have to prepare for your family to be dressed as well, because one day it's gonna happen. Do we like it? No. But it's something that you have to accept when You have children that's living those type of lives. So they knew what they had to do. And, you know, I'm saying all that are involved, you know, we want justice for Mo 3. But you have to look at it like, if they do get off, if you don't get justice in the court, street justice works too, you know. And 9 times out of 10, if anybody that was involved walks, if they don't go immediately in a protective custody or get out of the country, they're not going to last long at all. They're not going to last long at all. It's just my opinions. It's sad again because we look at it, you know, from an adult's perspective. We're hurting, you know. My boyfriend, my husband, my brother, my cousin, my uncle is deceased. But what about the children? His kids? And anybody else that's involved that's taken away from their kids? They get the short end. Hey, nanny dog, what's going on, baby? Yeah, I'm just speaking on the Mo 3 trial. I'm getting the little footage. You know, it's ghetto how I'm doing it, but hey, I want a little footage too. And I'm just getting out the hospital. I had a procedure done on yesterday. I got these boobies lifted. I had a little battle with cancer, and I had to get them smaller. So, but I like to look how I look, so you won't be expecting the glamour doll all the time. You know, it's time to be real. All the time you can't be up under all that makeup and eyelashes and things to that nature. You know, I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, it's just crazy when the children has to suffer. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. The pain kind of like is unbearable at times. But I try to stay on top of it, you know, with the medication and all. And but so far so good, you know. When it starts to wake up, I'll go ahead and take my meds, and it makes me sleepy, kind of drowsy, but I can kind of fight through it a little bit. But then I go ahead and sometimes to go get my rest. I had the procedure done on Monday, so today is the 3rd day. The first 2 days was kind of unbearable, but I'm getting through it. Thank you for asking. I don't have any other choice. Got to hang in there. I don't have any other choice. But yeah, heal fast. I pray and I heal fast. You know, I usually do good after surgeries. I usually do good. No, they're coming back. Yeah, and when they taking a recess, so they coming back. My friend girls here helping me out, taking care of me. Hey, AG, is that AG King? Salute. I'm kind of having little problems with my vision too, y'all. I have a cataract. Can you believe it? I'm gonna have to get that. Well, I got it checked, but I'm gonna have to see about having it removed. But salute to everybody that's coming in. But I want to say, you know, what do we do with the children? These kids are gonna suffer. When Jackie and Ashley was having a misunderstanding, and you know, Rain could be kind of sarcastic too at times. And we all know Rain is all about the money. You know, he's all about the money. and Mo 3 was worth more to him dead than alive. We could all see that because all he wants is the money. And he was like, oh, Mo 3 kids are going to be rich for the rest of their lives. Okay, well, maybe. But I want to know if he could live with himself. If he had anything to do with this. I know they wasn't. I know Nanny Dog. They was not thinking about the kids at all. I mean, it's always behind a female. And in this case, Mo 3 and who he was sleeping with. You see. But when I heard Rain say, the children are going to be rich for the rest of their lives. Well, Jackie made a valid point. The kids are going to see their father stretched out on that interstate. That's humiliating. The children's father are no longer here with them. And that's the sad part. Now, with Devin, Jossie is not doing anything wrong in my eyesight. Because at the end of the day, those are her children's father. What they chose to do in their adult life, those kids have nothing to do with it. Nothing. So, if she chooses to continue to talk to her baby daddy, she can. Again, my daddy say, I'd rather come see you than to bury you. So, you can have all the tea in China. That's still not going to bring Mo 3 back, where he could actually be in his children's life. They all have, and they not remembering. You know, they coming back with this and coming back with that, when all they had to do is be quiet from the beginning. I wouldn't have did no interviews, no nothing. I don't care how long it took. I wouldn't have answered no questions, because I'm going to tell you, this sector, it's a force to reckon with. They put false accusations on you, and if you don't have receipts to prove that you're not who they're trying to make you out to be, oh my. It's hard. That's why I don't fuss with anybody. I don't pry down in your business. You know, this is the farthest I've ever went, you know, with getting in anybody's business and voicing my opinion about how I feel, you know. And like I say, I could be wrong. And I have no problem with apologizing. Exactly. And I wouldn't have made myself known, you know, right off if I had to make myself known. It's really petty that you're going backwards and forth. My children are gonna be rich for the rest of their lives. Now I've been asking, well, Ashley, to prove us all wrong, which you don't have to, but hey, where's the DNA? While you were pregnant, you were so adamant about a DNA test, and I've never heard of such. You know, I know it probably could be done, but you were so adamant about having a DNA test done when you were pregnant. You know, why not now? Because everybody believes that you were involved with Cedric. I believe it. But who am I? You know, I I believe it. And it's crazy, you know? It's crazy. And if you are that type of girl, then shame on you. Shame on you. I know about that baby. I feel as though they need a DNA. They need a DNA because, and it's sad. It's sad. It's really sad. But then, being that's the only dad the child knew, maybe it's best left alone. Because if you do a DNA and it turns out not to be his kid, then that child is hurt. And again, we have to look out for the children. Either way the cut goes, the children are going to suffer the most. Because neither one of their fathers are in their lives like they need to be. Now, yes, Jossie could take her kids to see their dad. But who wants to take your children to prison to see their dad for however long? Let me tell you my experience with going to prison to see my father. And then when I had my young boys and I was taking my babies to see my daddy, one day it clicked. I told my dad, I said, this is the last time I'll be bringing my children to see you. And he said, why? I say, because they see the good that goes on the outside when we're picnicking and laughing and talking. And, you know, my dad did time in Hunt's Correctional Center here in Louisiana. And they gave you visits that'll last for like an hour or so, picnic visits, you know, sometimes 2 hours. And we, you know, have a feast, you know, food. They let you bring food and stuff, you know, picnic visit. You know, we out, you know, playing around for 2 hours. So my, you know, my children is seeing the fun part of the prison. But you're not seeing what's actually going on in the back. You see, when you got to go back and they got to shake you down and make sure you're not bringing in any paraphernalia, you know, the procedure that you have to go through with being humiliated, you know. And anybody that's been to prison know after a visit, the shakedown. And then not only that, this is a grown folks talk set over here, so we can say what we need to say, you know. How you got to spread your butt cheeks and let the deputies look up in your butt to make sure you don't have any paraphernalia. You stripping down naked, you know, in front of men. Then not only that, once you get past all that, then you got to go in the back and protect your manhood. You got to stay a man. So that's a fight every day. If I had my way of being a warden, it'll be a lot of things that wouldn't go on. It'll be a lot of things that wouldn't go on, such as all the grapes that go on in the prison, dealing with the free man and the men, you know, that force themselves on young boys. You know, that is sick. That is sick. It's nasty. It's degrading. You know, to me, that means you have no morals. Sex is not that important where you got to want to run up in a man. That's not gay. That's sad and it's sickening. You know, so if I had my way, you know, stuff like that wouldn't go on. And I'll make it my business to make sure. But that just goes to show you prison system don't care. So that's why you try your hardest to keep your kids out of the streets like this, you know, or getting caught up into things that are sent them to prison. Now you have to teach them to protect themselves. And the way things are going on nowadays, you got to teach them to protect themselves. But then you got to, you know, deal with the consequences and the repercussions that come behind your child protecting themselves. So what can you do other than pray and plead the blood of Jesus over your kids and loose them 18,000 angels that God have on assignment to protect them at all times, protect their minds, you know, protect their actions, you know? It's an ongoing thing when you have kids. Even in their adult life, you still got to pray for them. Still got to pray for them. So in this situation, the children lose. The children lose. I don't care how much money you got, Ashley. And you got 2 baby daddies that's deceased. 2. I'm glad you're back, man, dog. You got 2 baby daddies that's deceased. And you're not happy. It's obvious that you're not. You got all this money, you rich. I'm talking to Ashley. You got all this money, you rich, whatever, but you're still not happy. Because if you were, you wouldn't be on social media acting a fool like you acting. Yes. She is, because they say every guy she come in contact with ends up deceased in some kind of way. That's called the Black Widow, huh? I wouldn't even want to be your friend, girl. Yes. I wouldn't even want to be your friend. She sounds evil. And then for you to go behind your friend back, I don't care if y'all wasn't friends at the time, and then you came back to be friends. That's just the line you don't cross. It could be 30 years. If I run across a guy and you done dealt with a friend of mine, a sister, whatever, I don't want you. That's sickening. And then she did it deliberately. You know, you chased after that guy, and then I fought him too. Because if he cared for his baby mama, he wouldn't have went there. He would not have went there. I don't care how a woman forced themselves on you. If you really down with not doing stuff like that, I don't care how mad you are with the mama, you don't do stuff like that. And then Miss Ashley, you nasty. If you done been through all the men that they say you done been through in the GRC crew, that's sad. Huh. This new generation is crazy. I mean, I don't understand. It's whatever. It's whatever. Now I know, you know, things been going on, you know, with stuff like this happening. But good God. A little too much. Let's see if the trial is back on. I knew they was taking a break, but let me see if it came back, because I can go on and on and on. And I don't want to ramble. So let me check and see. Here's the remote. see. Sorry they try to trip Mama Nicole up.
The last dealership that I visited.
Okay, wait, let's see. I was watching it from actual channel. Let me see. Let me go on my phone. Let's see, Nanny Dog. I'm so happy you sitting over here with me. Thank you. Let me see what my hair talking about.
And were you, I suppose when you're taking these pictures, as we look at Stacy number 48, your car is behind these pictures, is that correct? They're not, your car's no longer, it's not in, put in these pictures. You see your car in these pictures?
Not that picture.
Okay.
No, there was I think another picture you could see the front of my car.
Okay. And so when you saw, when this happened, you were behind the purple truck, is that clear?
If there was in the picture, it looks like there was.
I don't want to use nobody else's content. Let me find this it right here. I might have to edit that out. Come on, people. Here we go. Is this it?
And so, Doctor, if you could continue your answer.
No.
Just for a second, so we're gonna go look.
That's not it. Come on, where's my channel? Is this it? Yep.
And is it fair to say the man?
All right, now we back in motion.
The gun had on a mask.
I don't know if it was a mask. To me, when I was seeing it, it looked like
That's it right there.
Dark hoodie with the hood up, and like.
Thank you for sitting in with me, Nanny Dog.
I didn't know if it was a mask. My recollection when I'm talking about this, it was to me it looked like a hoodie.
And is it? And you've never identified anybody in this case, have you, as a person with a firearm, right?
I haven't identified anybody. No, this is my first time to talk about this, other than the detective who asked me about it.
And you don't know the reason why the shooting occurred?
I do not.
And on the, do you recall talking to the police and you described that the person was wearing a long sleeve cream top?
I'll call you right back. Go. Thank you, babe.
I said I saw a man with it was a gray and black top.
Is there any exhibits that are already recorded that need to be able to hear?
Do you recall talking to the police officer when you were
out on the scene?
There was some questions out on the scene.
Okay, did you ever go to the detective's office and talk to anyone?
No, the detectives came to me.
Okay, and, I'm gonna ask you just to refresh your memory, you can't read from there, but looking at this sheet of paper, does it refresh your memory?
I don't object to improper impeachment, controversial witnesses looking at you.
I know, I was surprised,
Well,
Nanny Dog,
again,
at
do you recall giving
the
us
first,
statements of what the shooter
bystander
was
that
saying?
testified. I wish they would have
I
gotten
said
him to say something.
shooter,
And
I
if she
remember a
remembered
couple
his
of things. I
voice,
could remember seeing
then, you
the
know,
shooter had
she probably
pants
could
on,
have,
I could see underwear. I could see some gray, like from the bottom.
said, you
And
know,
I said I had
she
a
remembered his voice and how
recollection
it
of a
sounded.
darker top.
Kiwon.
So,
Would it surprise you that you told the officer that the shooter had a long sleeve
Yes.
green top?
A lot of footage we haven't seen.
that would surprise me.
And you didn't give a written statement in this case, did you?
I did not give a written statement.
And you don't know if her, statements to the police were recorded?
I didn't see any recording device. I didn't agree to any recording device on the side of the road.
And did you know the gentleman that was, that the doctor was performing, life resuscitation?
I didn't even know he was a doctor until we were waiting.
And
to
Nanny
get our
Dog, I know
statements.
about it the rest of this week.
I did not know the gentleman who had been shot.
And did you, meet with the prosecutor on this case? Prior to testimony, did you meet with the prosecutor on this case?
Are you talking about the DA and investigators? Yes, I had a meeting with the investigators.
How many times have you met?
I met one time with the investigator, and then I had another meeting about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
And did they give you anything to read to refresh your memory?
I didn't have anything to read.
And did y'all, when prosecutors, did they ever ask you about what, any discrepancies in your testimony as to what you may have told the police, as to what your, may have told them when you were talking?
I was not pointed out any discrepancy. I said the man had a light face. That's all I said.
Did you know where the fire, where the gentleman that was holding the gun and the person that was shot, did you know where they were coming from? Did you see them get on the freeway at all?
I didn't see him get on the freeway. No, the people were coming from north. They were running southbound because I was going northbound on 35.
And do you know anything about their relationship at that time when they were met?
I have no recollection of any, I don't know anything about those two men.
You're not past witness. Who like this? Second person we call this.
Alright, Mayor, you are free to step down right now, but stay in touch with the state and the defense in case either party needs to be called.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's their side.
State party next service.
They would call, DFR Gallardo.
Is that?
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth that I do.
Yes,
I will do.
thank you.
Also,
One.
I guess, just now afternoon. I know you're in class A, but could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first and last name for the court report?
My name's Ricardo Gallardo, Ricardo. Last name Gallardo, Gallardo, and I am a fire rescue officer, paramedic for Dallas Fire Rescue.
Gallardo, correct?
Yes, sir.
I butchered, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
So you're with DFR, or Dallas Fire Rescue,
Yes, sir.
DFR for short.
Correct.
You nervous?
A little bit.
You're testified before?
Never, first time.
Alright. Well, I just want to kind of go just briefly through your training and experience, with DFR. How long have you been employed with DFR?
15 years now.
And as far as training, to become, what is your official role with DFR? I guess we'll start there.
I'm a fire rescue officer, and I also perform paramedic duties or advanced life safety.
And is that part of the training that have those qualifications?
Yes, sir.
Can you just walk the jury through some of your training and experience to become a fire rescue officer as well as the paramedic status?
Fire rescue, just pretty much a fire academy, fire training, teach you, what you do on the fire engine, fire truck. As far as the paramedic training and doing more medical calls, large threatening calls, and some that are not so life-threatening, you go through a few months or several months of paramedic school, clinicals, and various tests to get certifications to become a paramedic.
And do y'all continue training throughout your 15 years, and you continue to take training to keep yourself up to date?
Yes, we do quarterly training and probably a little bit more than that throughout the year to keep up with our skills.
Okay. And on November 11, 2020, do you remember that day?
I do remember most of the day, but if you were to tell me that that was the day, I wouldn't have known that was the exact dates, I guess.
Do you remember, or do you recall an incident responding to an individual who's been shot on the freeway I-35?
Yes, I do.
Okay. John Radford?
Right.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been published as State's Exhibit 48.
A witness that was on the interstate. Hey, King Peter.
Showing has been marked as State's Exhibit number 52, which is just notice of intent to use business records. For the business records that I'm about to show you, State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, there's EPCR, which is a report of all the interventions or incidents that happened that we have to fill out regarding patients, every patient that was on the front.
And are these made every time you have to respond to an incident?
Yes, they are.
And are these made at or near the time of the actual incident that you've responded to?
Yes.
And does this incident, or is the incident that you responded to out on the highway reflected within State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
State of State Exhibit 52 for record purposes and State's Exhibit 53 for all purposes previously tendered to the defense counsel.
I think that guy's a witness off the interstate.
No objection to 53 and 52.
52 for record purposes, 53 wrong.
Thank you for that. Is that minute for purposes? Statement number 52 is admitted for record purposes.
Now, DFR Gallardo, you can't read directly from this, but I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you need to refresh your memory, you can take a second to look at it and refresh your memory. But specifically on this, in 648, is this the incident that you responded to on the freeway in November of 2020?
Yes.
Where were you coming from that morning when you, or I guess midday, about this time actually? Where were you responding from to get to this location?
I don't remember if we actually got our call from the station, which is on the north side of where the incident happened. But we were traveling south on 35 to come back and go northbound 35, where the incident was assigned at.
And how would you describe y'all's ability, well, let's go through this first, I guess. In a situation where people are responding to where somebody has been shot, who or how many people get dispatched to a location like that?
You get an engine and an ambulance, which would be on an engine is a 4-man crew. An ambulance would be a 2-man crew. You get that just so you can have more hands and a little bit more help. This is a serious call.
And that's general protocol on DFR for shooting that an engine would respond, a 4-man crew on that engine, 2-man crew on the ambulance.
Correct.
And are all of those individuals, both on the engine as well as the ambulance, are they all trained as paramedics as well?
You would have at least two of the 4 would be paramedics as well.
Okay. So 2 paramedics on the ambulance, 2 paramedics on the engine.
Correct.
Now, when you responded out there, was it easy to get to the location where the victim was at?
No, as we were going southbound on 35, we noticed the traffic was bottleneck and it was standstill traffic. So when we turned around, we knew we had to go up an exit, and I was on the ambulance that day. We turned around and went against traffic to come back towards where the incident was.
So you went northbound and went southbound. Where did you go?
No, we went southbound in the northbound 35 lane.
And at that time, I believe there was construction, is that fair?
Honestly, I don't remember the construction, and just because there was so much traffic and it was already standstill, but from my time being in that area, there was plenty of construction going on throughout those years.
Sure. And once you arrived, what did you observe initially when you arrived on the scene? Was here in States Exhibit 48, it appeared to be somebody wearing scrubs, trying to do the life-saving measures. What did you observe as far as the victim and what was going on with the victim when you arrived on the scene?
When the rescue arrived on scene, the fire engine had already been on scene before us. So they're the ones that radioed us in and said it was safe for us to come against traffic to get there. So when we got there, we had some of our members already performing CPR or trying to put pads or monitor on the victim. I did not see this picture or this gentleman in scrubs performing any kind of life-saving activity on this gentleman. There was a previous ambulance there that I believe was a private agency, and they had their stuff on the ground or on the street trying to help. But as soon as we got there, DFR took control of the situation. We took out our own equipment and started loading the gentleman onto a stretcher and into the ambulance.
Sure. And they were all pricing them on the roadways and private ambulances. They are separate and apart from Dallas Fire and Rescue.
Correct.
And so when you were on the scene at that, is it your preference to use your instrumentation, your stuff, as opposed to somebody else's?
Absolutely.
And why would that be?
Just protocol, and obviously we'd be more familiar with our tools and theirs.
And
As far as what condition, once you arrived at, I know there was other, paramedics from the engine that were already trying to save, Mr. Noble. But what did you observe as far as, the state and condition of Mr. Noble at that point? Obviously, you could tell he was pulseless and not breathing. Plenty of, blood on the ground, and, I mean, at that time, people's gloves and loading him on the stretcher, it's all over, our equipment as well, so that's what I remember from the initial contact. And you were in the ambulance that day? Yes, sir. Were you in the ambulance that transported Mr. Noble from the scene? Yes, sir, I was. They said that he wasn't breathing and that lack of pulse, correct? Correct. What, in that situation, when somebody is exhibiting those symptoms, what is your protocol tell you to do as far as trying to perform any type of life-saving measure? So we would obviously try to tend to the significant severe wounds. In this case, we would try to stop the bleeding, try to stop all the trauma that he had, and then start to perform chest compressions and go through our chest or our CPR protocol. And at some point, did somebody perform a chest and decompression? Not that I recall, but I believe in situations like this, gunshot wound, it wouldn't be, you wouldn't be able to do that in this situation. But I don't recall it happening in front of me. You want to check in to see if it is in those records, yes. And if it refreshes your memory, let us know. It is on there, it's marked on there, performed by another paramedic. And what would the purpose be of chest and compression? So usually when you get trauma like this to your body, you get some air in the chest cavity that compresses against your heart and prohibits it from working the way it does, or it's supposed to. So the needle of the compression would pretty much pop that air pocket and relieve the pressure from the heart. And what would it do in terms of internal breathing? It would relieve, like I said, mainly it's for relieving the pressure and help up with breathing because it would be more of a collapsed lung issue. Internal bleeding, pressing down your lungs, would that be a situation that could help? Correct. Once you were able to, do you recall approximately what time you were able to arrive to actually get to the scene? No, I don't. I know it was right before lunchtime, pretty much at the station. And once he was placed, or once you're there, is he then placed on a stretcher? How does that take place? Where do you go from here? When we got there, we came down with our equipment. Our members were already, performing chest compressions and all that. So we bring a backboard to be able to load them onto the stretcher easier, put them on the stretcher and take them to the back of our ambulance where we have most of our equipment, where it's easier for us to work as a team. And in situations like this, where it's out and open in the public, we don't want to really perform life-saving in front of everybody or the public, or too many people on the road. Probably not a safe place either. Correct, especially with all the traffic, correct. Also more tools inside the ambulance. Correct. Now, once you get inside the ambulance, what measures did y'all take outside of just CPR or chest compression? We try to get IV established on these members so we can replenish the fluids that they've lost, in this case blood. So we try to keep them alive with that, and also try to breathe for them since they're not able to breathe on their own.
And what about sodium bicarb?
Sodium bicarb, yes, sir.
What do y'all do with that?
We give it to them just to reverse certain symptoms that they might have.
Explain that individually.
Pretty much in this case, if he's losing too much oxygen and he has bad oxygen in his body, in layman's terms, we would give him that to reverse his O2 sats pretty much.
Because at this point, again, no pulse, no breathing.
Correct.
Once you have him in the back, on the backboard, on the stretcher, into the back of the ambulance, y'all start doing this, and then where do you go from there?
At this point, the hospital is really close to us, so we are taking them to Methodist Hospital.
And you continue to, again, attempt to, well, I guess, regain any signs of life at that point?
Yes, we are doing a continuous CPR, chest compressions, and trying to introduce various medication into the system from there to the hospital.
During the placement of him on the backboard and on the stretcher, are y'all looking to see or to identify how many times an individual was shot?
Yes.
And did y'all do that in this case?
Yes. I don't remember the exact number of bullet holes he had, but we did know that there was at least more than 2 or 3.
And how did you know that?
Just visualizing him and all the blood that was being lost.
How would you describe his clothing at that moment?
He was wearing it was drenched in blood. He was wearing a jumpsuit, tracksuit, I believe. But when we had him in the back of the ambulance, you pretty much take trauma shears and try to expose his body to identify all the wounds. So, yes.
When you don't sit there and try to identify every single gunshot wound. Is that fair?
I mean, for the most part, we're supposed to, and we're supposed to try and at least acknowledge, the most obvious ones.
Sure. And what's the purpose of identifying those at that point?
Just to try to get the most serious ones out of the way and try to stop the bleeding on the most serious ones.
And does that also help once you take them to the hospital?
Yes, absolutely.
And how does that help when you take them to the hospital?
Just pretty much getting a report to the staff at the hospital and letting them know exactly what we got so they can have an advantage in helping them as well.
Sure. Trying to have much information to provide to the ER once you arrive.
Absolutely.
Now, during your transfer, were you ever able to restore any sign of life, any vitals, pulse, oxygen, anything like that?
No, sir.
Did he show any sign of life once you arrived on scene to the time that you dropped him off at the hospital?
No, sir.
And just, I'm sure it's been marked as State Exhibit 54. Methodist was at the hospital that y'all ended up taking him to?
Yes,
That's right.
Yes.
So State Exhibit 54 is just a notice of business, notice of intent to use business records. State Exhibit 55, which are the Methodist medical records for Melvin Noble. We offer State Exhibit 54 for record purposes only, Your Honor, and State Exhibit 55, Melvin Noble hospital records for all purposes.
No objection to 55, and then 54, 55. States Exhibit 54 is admitted for record purposes only. States Exhibit 55 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, once you transport him to the hospital, thank you, our permission to publish all of these to the jury. Of course, the jury will have the opportunity to go back and look at all of this when they go back to deliberate. But once you arrive to the
hospital. Explain if you can, just that transition of being back in the ambulance to somebody who's not showing signs of life and now getting into the ER. Just briefly explain that if you don't mind. So usually when we go to the hospital with a trauma CPR like this, we usually have 3 members in the back of the ambulance and 1 person driving us. Maybe at this time it was 4. But we're performing CPR, chest compressions the whole way over there. Our goal is not to stop. So as we're bringing off the ambulance in the stretcher, we're still performing CPR, go in the hospital doors. Nurse pretty much tells us which room they want them in, still performing CPR. We transfer care. Doctor walks in or head nurse walks in. We give them our report, pretty much tell them gunshot here, gunshot wound here as well. We have no pulls. We've never received pulls, or we have, and then just transfer care from there. As far as your role in this case, is that the extent of what you did in this case? Yes, sir. This location is in Dallas County, State Texas. Yes, sir. Oh, that's great.
Sir, how should I refer to you? Sergeant or lieutenant?
No, just fire rescue officer
Okay.
or paramedic.
Okay. So you were on the ambulance that arrived, is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that your engine or the fire truck had already gotten there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you guys came after the fire truck?
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived, there were 2 people in your ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, it had taken you a while to get there, is that right?
Correct.
You said there was a private agency ambulance, is that correct?
Yes, private ambulance.
A private ambulance. And so how do private ambulances get on scene?
I think they were just on the road at that time, and
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
Make sure that I'm being clear with my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you know how a private ambulance was performing any function before you arrived? You know how or why they were there?
I don't know that they were actually performing any function. I know that they brought down their equipment.
And so you don't, and I'm gonna ask you this question, so you don't know whether or not they were doing anything?
No, ma'am, I don't.
You just notated that they were there
Yes, with their equipment on the ground.
with their equipment on the ground. You also said that you did not see the person that's in this picture do anything. Is that correct?
I didn't see this picture or the events in this picture.
Did you see this person in the blues down on the ground? Did you see him do anything when you were there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing this person.
You've never seen him before?
I don't remember seeing the person. That
Okay, so
person.
once you got there, this person wasn't there?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And all of the things that you did, once you got on scene are part of your protocol, is that right?
Correct.
That's in any situation that you would arrive at, that maybe there were, somebody was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how, you said you don't know how many times the person was shot, is that correct?
I don't recall how many gunshot wounds they had.
And do you recall when you went into the scene, was it chaotic?
I would say it was chaotic because we were on the highway and people had to block traffic, and there was a lot of people out of their cars, which is not normal on traffic calls.
Sure. Were there a lot of people in the scene?
Yes,
Were there a lot of?
more than usual.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, I don't want to talk over you, but I don't want you to talk over me.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. And the only reason is because this young lady has to take down everything that we're saying.
Absolutely.
Were there a lot of people walking through the scene?
Not when I got there. Our crew that was initially there had as well. I mean, nobody was around us at that time. So from the point that I got there, there was nobody walking around where the patient was and we were.
Okay, so you don't know what was going on before you arrived, right? Was there law enforcement there?
I'm not sure if there was law enforcement there yet or not. I don't remember that part.
Were there law enforcement on the scene when you arrived?
I don't remember that.
So you, and I don't, the question is, was there law enforcement? And I think your answer was you don't remember.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't remember whether or not the scene had been secured by law enforcement?
Right.
You don't remember whether or not it had been blocked off by law enforcement?
It had not been blocked off with tape or anything by law enforcement when we got there.
And there were people that, at least prior to you getting there, were driving through the scene?
I mean, the traffic was blocked completely. So
Okay,
there was no driving, no cars going by us when we were there.
as you were trying to get him on his record?
Correct.
When you left, had the police arrived yet?
I don't know. I was in the back of the ambulance, unable to look outside.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not, even at that point, the scene had been, secured?
Right,
You don't know whether or not any of the evidence had been collected?
right,
You don't know whether or not anything had been preserved?
right.
Do you know anything about how this person came to be shot?
No,
Do you know anything about who this person was?
no, not at the time.
Did you have any information about, the car that this person was in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anything about another car?
No,
Do you know anything about a third car?
no, ma'am.
Do you know anything about multiple people?
No.
So you don't know anything about anything? Okay,
Yeah, that's argumentative.
may I rephrase? You don't know anything about what occurred?
You talking about now or at the time?
I'm talking about at the time only.
At the time, no. Obviously, we knew it was a victim that had gunshot wounds, and that's what we were attending to.
Okay, and I want to make sure that this is clear. Everything that you testified to today, is that from what you know back then, or are you testifying about things that you've learned since?
Things that I saw with my own eyes when I showed up on the scene.
So you're testifying about things that you knew back then,
Yes, ma'am.
not things that you've learned since?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
I have
How many times?
once,
And when was that?
sometime this year, maybe a couple months ago.
And did they tell you anything about the allegations here today?
Can you explain allegations? What do you mean by the allegations?
Did they tell you anything about the fact there was a trial going on?
Oh, yes.
Somebody accused of something?
Yes.
Okay. What did they tell you about it?
There's a shooting going on, and there's a trial going on murder.
Okay, sorry. Did they give you any details about who anybody was involved?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness this time.
See,
That was it.
all right, they just want to say release.
No objections.
Defense.
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You did it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:32 now. Let's take a 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1:30. Remember, we will sit under my instruction, not discuss your testimony with anybody, not talk to anybody else or each other. That would be very important, because you haven't heard all of that, so you should not be able to deliver, okay? Thank you.
All right.
Y'all sit down. Do you have any?
And it's still a background.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I'll make it look easier.
Why don't we just
You wanna go in there?
Like you just.
This should be a lot. Oh, no. Should be a lot. Surprising statement. Giving up during
We have a little intermission going on, fellas.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was it was getting in and getting set. So it came off good just that. I know this really good. That's what I'm doing. They're watching this movie trial. Movie. Watching the trial. Use some juice. Some apple juice. And yeah, apple juice. Some already some fruit juice. Because I think apple juice.
told you the truck was, see, yeah, you ain't even had to go to it. Thank you.
We're in recess, you guys. We're just gonna do it like this until they come back. I'll be back. Give me a minute.
welcome in our viewers on YouTube or Fox Local, wherever you may be watching this. You have been, chances are, following the trial, the murder trial for Kiwon White. He's accused of the 2020 murder of Melvin Noble, who went by the rap name Mo3, a Dallas rapper. And then all tied into this is the prosecution saying that another Dallas rapper, Yella Beezy, whose legal name is Marquise Conway, allegedly paid Kiwon White to roll out the murder. So the trial started today officially. We had 2 days of jury selection. Some people were wondering what that might have meant. Was a deal going to be made? And it wasn't, at least not right now. And so the trial started today. We had opening statements from the prosecution and defense. Some legal experts will say opening statements goes a long way when it comes to the impressions that a jury has. I want you to take a listen at a snippet of those opening remarks.
There was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman, there was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman was the defendant, Kiwon White.
And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for immersion.
So that was a little snippet of that. I want to bring in Air Deep, hip hop journalist. You've been following the hip hop scene for about 10 years now. This case goes back to, at the heart of it, a feud between two rappers, according to the prosecution, Melvin Noble and Marquise Conway, or Mo3 and Yella Beezy. When did this start to pop up on your radar that there was something going on between these two Dallas artists?
Yeah, for sure. I think I kind of want to paint the picture of
okay,
Mo3
baby.
and Yella Beezy. At the time, Yella Beezy, I would say he was the bigger artist. He had Billboard charting hits, That's On Me, and
everybody know that one, right? That's the one I knew.
That's On Me, baby. And then Back at It Again was another hit that he had. Mo3, I wrote an article that I called him the Boosie of North Dallas. And what I mean by that is like he's someone who was very respected on the underground level as far as like his mixtapes and his songs. Although they weren't charting, a lot of local rap fans, as we talked off camera, they knew his name and things of that nature. But yeah, I think it started around 2017 to 2019, leading up to 2020. There was a lot of like back and forth as far as like songs and like Instagram lives and things like that.
There's a lot of back and forth on both sides between both people. Yeah. And I know you'll probably get into this, but talking about, the defense for especially the person who's on trial right now, Kiwon White, saying that these rappers have personas, right? And they're just making up characters. And what the jury will have to decide is, if that persona is still committed a crime or if this is just made up life. But talk about how, it started to get violent. It went from just words to different shooting incidents.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case when things escalate offline, from an online feud to offline. I think it really started around 2018, right? I think it's Mo3's friend, Roy Lee. He was someone that I guess it started with him, and then it kind of like escalated after that. I don't know if you're familiar with Roy Lee.
Yeah, no. This case has made me familiar with a lot of things that I might not have known. And so you're seeing this, and a big part that was shown today is the video that you're seeing on the screen right now. This happened to be caught on camera. It was a Kroger delivery truck that happened to have a dash camera. This shooting happened in November of 2020 on 35. You're not far from the zoo. And today, two witnesses were put on the stand who were in these nearby cars, saying they saw a man get out. One woman said, she saw White allegedly putting on the ski mask, pointed the rifle at her, and allegedly said, "B, get the F out of here." And then another woman taking a stand saying that, she heard the shots, went to the floor, and then got out and take pictures for her personal evidence, thinking her car may have been hit or something, and had pictures of Melvin Noble on the ground when you saw this video, I mean, you've been watching this all morning too.
Yeah.
What did you make of the testimony by, I mean, the first person, Melvin Noble's mom spoke. You know, you can't predict how someone acts on the stand, but I was shocked that there wasn't as much emotion. I don't know if certain questions weren't asked to provoke that, but yeah, what did you make of just the morning of this?
That lady was getting ready to
It
cry.
was very emotional. I was watching on the live stream on YouTube, so I saw a lot of the chat, and the chat was very
all over the place.
Yeah, it was very lively, and they were dropping gorilla emojis. The gorilla emoji is associated with Mo3. It's sort of like his thing.
Okay.
And so yeah, the chat was very emotional. I think the testimonies on live, I think they were, I don't know, it felt, and I just feel for his mom, you know, to have to like relive it, and kind of, I was shocked personally seeing the photo of Mo3 on the ground, you know, like that's new to a lot of people. I don't think that photo has ever been out yet.
Right. I mean, there's so much, and you know, people, and we've been talking about this for 3 days now. When you know, everyone, and I'm the biggest Law and Order fan, but I also get the privilege and responsibility to have to sit in court sometimes and look at these cases. So yeah, there's a big difference between the TV'd up version of Law and Order and what actually happens in the courtroom. And now people that are interested in this case are some seeing it for the first time. Of you know, one of my frat brothers asked me, he's like, "Why are y'all recording through the door?" Like even questions like that of you know, a judge gets to make the rules. And in Collin County, we just had a major trial where we couldn't have a camera in the courtroom. Right. Dallas County is kind of an agreement where, okay, not to be busy in the courtroom, you can shoot video through the window of the door. Yeah. And so, like, people are seeing this, right? And then you're seeing the evidence posted. We heard the 911 call for the first time. Yeah. You saw images from a witness of a body on the ground. Like, those things now, the jury is seeing all this for the first time, of course, but the public is seeing it first time too.
Yeah, I mean, it is emotional if you're a fan of Mo3. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it hurts obviously to relive it, to see it, yeah, I really just feel for his mom to be able to have to like sit there and have to like answer the prosecution and the defense about her son's death is.
And Bree West, who's the defense attorney for Kiwon White, I mean, she has to do her job of trying to muddy the waters, right, for, you know, to represent her client. And she kept asking Melvin Noble's mother, you know, like, Noble's mother talked about how when he was at home, he was Bubba. He was not Mo3. And so Bree West was trying to harp on that point, saying, well, so he has a persona. And that persona, you didn't know about that life. And so it's a lot of things. But let's talk about lyrics. Since this is your wheelhouse. We haven't gotten to this point yet, but lyrics are going to be key. They will be part of this, especially because, and some say the judge split the baby. We had a lot of hearings about lyrics. And then in the end, she said, okay, we'll allow some songs, not all songs. We'll allow a song with Trap Boy Freddy, but we can't play Trap Boy Freddy's raps. We'll allow a song talking about the beef, but not about the bounty. Break down some of these songs that you know of that stood out to you, and are you shocked of which songs were entered and which songs weren't?
Yeah, I think I'm actually shocked that they were trying to add Trap Boy Freddy songs, and I don't know why. Like I don't think they're relevant to this particular beef at all. But the songs that are omitted, I feel like you know one of them is 219. That was released in February 2019. Right. So it's off his album Osama, Mo3's album. And then in February 2020, Keep It in the Streets. That's Yo BZ's song. And then Yo BZ On Your Head with Trap Boy Freddy. That was released in May 2020.
But so what was it? Song Hit is not included, right? That one talked about. Is that the one that talked about putting the bounty?
Well, I'll say it's sort of a generalized term, hitters, you know. And I think Lil Wayne also has a song called "Hitta" on Carter on the Carter 5. But that song was not omitted for whatever reason. I think maybe it's because the song features NLE Choppa. So maybe it's not relevant to the case. But yeah, I say all the dates because I'm trying to like establish the timeline of this song. you know, and I think,
And that it showed that it was a progression of
yes,
things, right? It wasn't
basically, yes.
it wasn't just one argument in 2020 and then you have a shooting on
Yeah.
35. And the prosecution and defense have said, I mean, this goes back, I think you said, what, 2017?
Yeah, and I guess I was trying to, point the Mo3's comedian friend, Roy Lee, he drops the song 219 on his birthday. And that, a lot of people saw that as sort of like a retaliation record. But like, so shout out to Central Track. It's a blog that used to cover a lot of local music here. They wrote about that song 219 in around the time it dropped, and they wrote about all the beef and what happened and all that stuff. And like, it was just interesting to me that he made this song, and like you listen to it, and it doesn't mention Yellow Beezy's name at all, but like it's sort of like a subliminal, you know. It's like you can make an interpretation that he's addressing things that happened. Like he mentions the tollway shooting in 2018 that Beezy was involved in. But yeah, and then the fact that he dropped it on his friend's birthday, who his friend passed due to this sort of street beef that Beezy had with Mo3. I don't know. It's just all like very interesting to me that these things are kind of lining up, but like to the average casual listener, I don't think they'll catch.
Right, they connect into dots. Or, you know, I know people who are from Dallas, and so they know more about this than I'm from Atlanta. I lived here 7 years, but I was definitely not knowledgeable about both parties involved. I knew more about Yellow Beezy than O3, like you said. When we talked at noon, and you made a good point about some of the defense is hoping the jury believes about personas, right?
Right, yeah.
I would talk about just in the rap industry. You know, every rapper is not from the street, or they still don't live in the streets. I mean, some rappers rap about these things and they live in Allen, or not to call anybody out, right?
Shout out Allen.
So talk about, you mentioned Rick Ross as an example.
Right.
Talk about that a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess the point I was making is, you know, hip hop artists and rappers, they have personas. So it's like, I use the example of Rick Ross in that, like, he is someone who has made his career off of like luxury rap. He like created this whole persona around luxury rap and opulence. And I think with hip hop artists, you know, a lot of the times they're drawing from like authentic stories that they've lived and they've you know, went through. And a lot of times they sort of he's more about getting back to the community and trying to build.
I mean, like Jay-Z, one of my favorite rappers.
Yeah,
he built his career right at the beginning off of him talking about selling drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
And then as his money increased, his lifestyle changed. Talk about other things, and we bring that up because I mean, you have a jury that's sitting here going to be listening to all this testimony, right?
Yeah.
And then they are the only ones that matter in this case. That will have to decide if, you know, if one, you know, do you think that, you know, this person was hired first? That's a whole separate argument. But then two, how much they believe that these rap lyrics come into play. Now, the rap lyrics are way more important in the Marquise Conway case trial, whenever that happens, if that happens, than this one. I mean, this one, you have the alleged shooter. You have video of the shooting in broad daylight on 35. Yeah. You just heard witness testimony, and the first witness saying, "I don't want to be here." She was compelled to testify. I mean, and then testimony is hard to do. I mean, you have someone accusing someone else of committing a murder, and you're facing the person, and this is streamed, and everyone has their own opinions, and so it's a big deal. And now that it's really happening, to reset, if you just joined us. We are in the lunch break right now for the Kiwon White trial. The trial finally started today. Jury selection was Monday. On Monday, Yellow Beezy and his attorneys had to be in the courtroom too, just in case something happened with this case. Some speculated that there may have been a plea deal with Kiwon White, the alleged gunman who killed in November of 2020 on 35 in Dallas. And so this, now finally, 6 years later, in trial, Kiwon White sitting in the courtroom He's not in jail attire, which I know, a defendant, you're innocent until proven guilty. So he's in street clothes right now. He's in turtleneck. He's in a turtleneck in July and August in Dallas. But that might be for a certain reason, right? What have you taken away from today so far?
I think
three witnesses.
Yeah, I think they both are presenting arguments that could sway either way, right? But I think the thing that sort of caught me off guard was when the defense was like, "Oh, actually, Mo3 instigated the beef through a song called Pick Six because he wasn't on the song Six Pick." Six Pick, and I don't know, that kind of threw me off. But that's new information that I haven't heard of.
Do you think they're trying to, let me use my wording right, like plant a seed in the jury's head and then bring it back up?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think they're definitely doing their Googles and seeing people covering, Mo3 ranting about not being on the song or whatever. But that song is, I don't know, it mostly features Fort Worth rappers, and it was released in 2017 of November. So it just kind of threw me off. Why are they
of them saying that was the origin?
Yeah, that was actually the origin of the beef, not this other online tension and
you mentioned bloggers. That has been a big topic this week.
Yeah.
I mean, to those who may not know, I love technology and I love the advancements that we have, but also it sort of hurts other journalists. And I'll give y'all a peek into what I'm talking about. During jury selection, y'all didn't see any live streams because we cannot show jury selection, really. I mean, because you don't want to run the risk of making a mistake and showing someone who may be a possible juror. And so we didn't have a camera in the courtroom, but there were multiple incidents this week of bloggers recording people in the hall or recording people in the courtroom, yada, yada, yada. And the judge being, kicking them out of the courtroom, but allowing them to still be in there. What do you make of, it's a difference between someone covering this from a professional organization and someone just having a phone and thinking that they know how to cover a trial. Do you have any friends who are you ain't gotta call anybody out, but I'm saying do you think that, what did you make of that part of this week? Because it consumed Monday and Tuesday mentioning bloggers in the courtroom.
Yeah, I think it all kind of stems from, I don't know how deep I can go into this, but Academics is probably the most known hip hop personality and blogger out there. He kind of recently got into a tiff with Rob Markman, and they were talking about journalists versus bloggers, and he tweeted something about "Hey, I'm going to call you paraphrasing here, but I'll call you a journalist if you cover the Keefe D trial, the Lil Durk trial, and the Yellow Easy trial." So I think that might have inspired bloggers to try and just
to come to the court.
Yeah, to prove him right. We'll show you journalists that we can do this, and ended up being that people who do this professionally, they understand the etiquette, they understand that you can't record jurors, you can't run up to them, potential jurors, all that stuff you can't do, and the result of it was that they got banned. However, there is one blogger that is still there. I don't know if they are still there. They go by Dallas Global TV. I don't know if you ever heard of this account, but
yeah. Are they in the courtroom or are they in the hall?
I'm not sure. I think maybe in the hall, but
I'm not sure. I would say I don't think the judge could kick someone out of the hall, but I'm not going to wade into that. I just know that has been a big part of this, especially us waiting for this trial to start.
Yeah.
The fact that we had to say bloggers were kicked out of the courtroom multiple times is something interesting. If you're just joining us, the jury and everyone's supposed to come back in about 10 minutes or so. They broke for lunch at about 12:33 instead of an hour lunch. I have never been on the jury, so I don't know what type of lunch they had. But hopefully,
sandwiches.
Yeah, they were asking a lot of questions yesterday during the voir dire process. One of the juries asked, "Can you bring his own lunch? You might want your own lunch." But again, to reset things, Eric Deep is joining us, hip hop journalist you've done some work with, Double XL, Dallas Observer, just to name a few. How has and I know there were in the wake of all this, interviews on different rap stations and stuff.
Yeah.
How has are things just now coming back up as far as people talking about this constantly, or have people been talking about this well before we knew of a trial starting this week, like in the hip hop community?
Yeah. Are you speaking of like, are people talking about Mo3 and Yellow Beast?
Yeah.
Before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, did it die down after 2020 and then only pop back up because now they're closer to a trial?
Yeah, I would say it I think after 2020, it became one of those cases where like, it almost felt like an unsolved case, like Biggie and Pac, right? And like, but what was really beautiful about that time period between 2020 and now was that there was a lot of tributes to Mo3. Like, I think I went to like a bunch of like different rap shows, and they would just, stop to do outside better days for Mo3, and do the hashtag long live 3. But then now, I think after the indictment came out, I think that's when people started like
getting really interested.
Yeah.
And then also learning more information. I mean, things that weren't revealed back in 2020, or I remember seeing this video for the first time, but I forgot exactly when we got it, but saying, oh man, because I mean, you think about a crime, regardless of what side you think about a crime, and it's like a perfect storm of having the video. Like, the prosecution wouldn't have as strong evidence if they didn't have this video from this Kroger delivery truck that happened to have a dash cam.
Right.
You would just be going off of that eyewitness testimony, that the two witnesses that we heard today who were, that car on the top left is one of the witnesses that was in a BMW who said that when Kiwon White allegedly got out of the car, she said that he was putting on this mask and told her to get out the way. And then she heard gunshots and called 911. And then another witness said that she was right next to the car where the shooting happened. And she could hear, all the gunshots, and said she wouldn't get up until she heard them stop.
And she also didn't.
This is a lot, you guys. This is a lot. Wow.
And granted, and let me be real and transparent, like, in a moment like that, I probably would not be able to count the gunshots. But I am shocked that, usually we go to stories and someone will say, oh, I heard 5 gunshots, or I heard down like 10 gunshots. It was interesting that they were trying to drill down.
All we want is justice. That's all. That's all we want is justice.
Going off of what you're saying, like, everyone said they were nervous when they went up there.
I mean, how many times do you drive on the interstate? I mean, we're in Texas, so people have road rage.
Right.
But how many times do you drive on the interstate and traffic stopped because of shooting, the person's running? It wasn't just shots fired at a car, it was someone running. And so the defense has a tall task, right, of trying to convince this jury that, one, it wasn't their client. This individual was wearing a ski mask, so their face was partially covered. And Bree West and her team asking those during cross-examination, talking about, well, did you see the person's face? Do you know this person? Excuse me. But I mean, that's the image right there that you see a guy with a weapon and a ski mask. I mean, that's as descriptive as you can try to get. And then, so that was why that witness was very important, of her saying, well, I saw part of his face.
Yeah.
And she isn't fully excused, so she could be called back. I know the paramedic that would Dallas Fire and Rescue, he testified just giving general information. And so it'll be interesting to see who the prosecution calls next. The biggest person is Detective Barnes. He is the lead investigator on this, and he's been entrenched in the Dallas community. He knows the rap scene. He knows about these different beefs. And last week, the judge ruling that he can't be an expert on rap music. A college professor will be able to be an expert on this.
Oh, interesting.
How important do you think Detective Barnes will be in this case?
Pretty important. I mean, I think I can't remember who wrote an article about his sort of detective work and like breaking down like how the beef started and where it is now. But like I would say he's very important in the case.
Yeah, Detective Barnes. I know he's at the court.
Yeah, I think Detective Barnes play a important role in this case.
I know right now the prosecution is trying to set the table, right? So they start with Melvin Noble's mom. She gives the personal side of who she knows is her son.
I'm talking to my audience.
Says, yeah, but you didn't know his whole life, right? And so that's that part. And then now we heard the eyewitnesses, if you will, those that were on the interstate and said, I saw this guy get out. I heard the gunshots. I saw the body on the ground. And so now I'm wondering, now after lunch, after the jury has all this set up, they've seen the video of the shooting. Now, like, how are they really going to start tying kiwon White to this? I mean, and one thing that was interesting, tell me if I missed it, but I was watching the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't hear once them ask the eyewitness, well, especially the first witness, is the man that you saw on the highway the person in the courtroom? I didn't hear that.
Exactly.
I didn't hear that either.
That's what I was waiting for.
But like,
Point to the person that's in the court.
Saw the person.
Or even
or
for
at
him to
least
say
if
something
you
so
said
she
you
could
saw
hear
the
his
person,
voice.
You would say is the person in the court. Now he looks different
Right. Yeah.
from 6 years ago. I'm wondering why they didn't ask that question.
I saw the chat like talk about how he was whispering into his attorney's ear about something.
So I talked to a defense attorney yesterday, not associated with this case, and we were talking about, especially during voir dire, like, okay, what are the conversations that a defendant is having with his lawyer as things are going on? Because he would talk to Bigreddiva and write a note yesterday, and he said, well, as it relates to voir dire, the process of setting a jury, he could have said, like this juror, do you agree? No telling what he may have been talking about today.
Right.
Or sometimes the defendant also is telling them, you need to ask this question because I wasn't wearing a green jacket. Only the defense attorney and their client knows what they know.
And then she said he weighed 180 pounds.
What he was talking about. It could have been like
that guy didn't look like he weighed no 180 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that interstate.
I forgot what my thought was. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But everybody eyes
we are
see
waiting
different.
for the jury to come back from lunch break, although they broke about an hour ago, and so we're waiting for them to come back at 12:30. And so that's the look in the courtroom. When they are back, of course, it'll look like what you were looking at for the first 2 hours. There's some movement in the courtroom. Somebody walked by. And so we're waiting for the jury to come back. They heard opening statements before 10 a.m. this morning from the prosecution and the defense. And then the first person that was on the stand was Nicole Noble, the mother of Mo3, Melvin Noble, talking about her son, talking about that he was a father. He was young, but talking about him being the father of 3 young kids at the time of the murder, 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old children.
Right.
And then we heard from 2 witnesses. The first witness outright told the defense she didn't want to be there, but she was a key witness and could be a key witness in this. She said, "Oh, I saw this black car driving weird through traffic. Then pulled over. I thought it was an accident." She said she asked the gunman. She thought he was going to help the person,
right?
And then he allegedly pointed a gun at her and told her to leave. And so you see that video right there. I mean, this video, I think, is probably one of the biggest pieces of evidence outside of the prosecution. Eventually is going to have to prove or argue how he was allegedly paid for this.
Yeah.
That's a big part. Of course, right now, this is just day one. They're trying to set the scene. But they're going to have to explain. They're claiming he was paid to murder someone. They're going to have to show evidence of that.
Yeah, I think they're going to, if I'm going to give my opinion, I think they're going to have to rely on, Beezy's track on your head. Because that is, it doesn't.
What did it say?
Can't remember. I can't recall.
We'll look it up.
Yeah, if it says like an amount. Yeah, I think it was like 10K or something like that. But the whole on your head thing is like, yeah, I can put a bounty on you. And so like if they can try to connect that, then.
And that's going to be key.
Yeah.
They have to connect. Well, 2 separate things because we're only talking about the trial for the shooter. But it still goes back to this other charge that they have against Yellow Beezy, Marcus Conway. Right. They're saying that he hired kiwon White. And then, okay, if you hired him, then show us how you know that you hired him. So,
yeah.
And they have a witness list of more than 250 people. I highly doubt they're going to call 250 people.
Yeah, they have terabytes of evidence.
The prosecutor said, I don't hope
250 people to witness the trial will take
too, like,
a whole month.
Week, some trials for months, but you got to start. They have to read the body language of the jury too. This is day one, so not really, but in the days to come, because if you're putting up all these witnesses, then they're going to forget some of the good stuff or the important things that you tried to lead with because you're muddying it with all these other expert witnesses. But again, it's 1:30. They broke it like 12:33, so it could be coming back in. So, Jen, let's take a look at the courtroom again. I know it's just a seal, but wanted to see if there's any movement, see people walking around. And again, this is in Dallas County. This murder happened in 2020. Now, 6 years later, the person accused of killing Melvin Noble is on trial for murder. And only on Monday was Yella Beezy, Marquise Conway, in the courtroom. But I think I was told that some of his family members may be in there this morning. I have to double check, but I know he's not in there.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't expect him to be in there for this. He was only in court Monday because the judge said, "You ain't really what you need to do here just in case something happened." Are you shocked? I've asked everyone this question. Are you shocked that White has not, as of right now, taken a deal? Or do you think he believes, I got a better shot at going through trial?
Yeah, I think he believes he has a better shot at going to trial. You think that, the legal process, I think, and just the fact that this is mostly centered around Yella Beezy and Mo3, and he's sort of like
an important part, but I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's like it's really like around them two, and so it's like he maybe feels like that if it goes through, like he might have a shot of,
And I think whatever happens in this is definitely dramatically going to impact the.
What y'all think, audience? Y'all think he have a shot at trial?
Let's just say a jury finds White not guilty. Right. And I think that's going to dramatically impact.
Hey, Big OG. Hey, Honey Bun. How are you?
Because,
what's going on?
If the government not guilty, then they might think another jury might not understand the connection between the two men. And that's what we have not heard yet. Trap Boy Freddy's name has been said 3 times or 4 times.
Yeah, the beginning, right? The defense was like, a third person, Trap Boy Freddy.
Yella Beezy's name has been said a couple times.
Right.
But again, no connections yet.
Just sort of
asking if you.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier about setting it up. And I think that's.
Y'all think he stand a chance of going to trial? Going to trial?
I don't think we're gonna maybe have any it's
it's a sticky situation, baby. This is a sticky situation.
I was just in, and I'm gonna ask some of my.
What's going on, Big OG?
Before we get off, because I just assumed
Excuse me, I
for the first one
just got out of the hospital, honey.
The stand, I saw him put his.
I had a little procedure done.
Like even if it was a objection or whatever, okay, the person
this
here.
This is something.
That question. Yeah. So again,
I just want justice
of this trial. The prosecution
it's a sad
expects the trial to go
sad,
2 weeks. Then I heard someone say a week and a half. I want you to take.
But I don't know if I'm gonna film throughout the rest of the trial.
If there is one thing,
let the big dogs handle it. I gather.
No one likes to be used.
Those girls are bad. I got to give it to them. I got to give it to them. Those girls are bad. If you don't watch them, you got to be careful
this is not a church.
Of what they're saying. Listen at her. Listen at her right face. Listen.
Evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculations, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. Now, and what I'm talking to you a lot about, beyond a reasonable exact. That's the state's verdict. They bought the indictment, they have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. One of them will be able to prove their murder case. It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap of your evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're going to hear non-reading statements, you're going to hear lots of things. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're going to hear about social media, association, friendships, rivalry.
Your Honor.
Yes.
The next one will be the medical examiner, and so I don't know how you handle that technically as far as. I don't know how you handle that as far as the live.
So what you're looking at now, we're back live. The jury is back from lunch, and I just heard Tommy Adams, the prosecutor, tell the judge the next witness is the medical examiner. But then that's when you get into a lot of stuff that, a lot of words and stuff that normal people in juries probably aren't used to hearing. And so this part would be interesting. But we're gonna leave you back in this trial. I'm gonna wait till the judge says we're on the record. But right now, everyone's seated. You see Kiwon right there with the glasses talking to Free West co-counsel, and now the jury's being brought in right now. So keep watching. This is day one of the murder trial, the murder for hire trial for Kiwon White and the death of rapper Mo3, whose legal name was Melvin Noble back in 2020. And we'll be back after court to recap this on Fox 4 starting at 4.
They not coming back till after 4? Oh, they in there in the courtroom right now.
Y'all need to see it. All right, that on the record. The record will reflect the defendant. State, go ahead.
State calls Dr. Dexter Durant.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all have some lunch. There you go. Swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing else. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. All right, good afternoon, doctor.
Afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Fine.
Would you mind introducing yourself to this jury and spelling your name for the court report, please?
Sure. Jeffrey Barnard, Barnarv.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm retired from Dallas County, but I currently work on a part-time basis doing autopsies in California.
And you said retired from Dallas County. How long did you work with Dallas County?
Over 37 years.
Okay. I want to kind of just go back as it relates to your background training experience. I know you testified probably hundreds of times in this courthouse.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say thousands, but you testified quite a bit. So if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit about your training, background, and experience.
Yeah, I attended Texas A&M University and received a Bachelor of Science in Medicine degree. Attended Texas A&M College of Medicine and received my MD degree. I served a general surgery internship at Scott White Hospital in Temple, Texas. I served a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Scott White Hospital. I served a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology in Long Island at the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. I was and still am professor of pathology at UT Southwestern Medical School. I worked during my internship, residency, and fellowship on a part-time basis as an emergency room physician. I'm the current chairman of the Texas Forensic Science Commission appointed by the governor.
And have you testified in state court, state court and civil court as an expert in pathology?
Yes.
Few or many times?
Many.
Your Honor, just on that court, an expert in pathology. Thank you. And so, Dr. Bernard, back in 2020, what was your official capacity with Dallas County at that time?
I was the director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences and the chief medical examiner for Dallas County.
And what were some of your job responsibilities and duties as chief medical examiner for the Dallas County, or I'm going to say SWIS, as the chief medical examiner and as the head of SWIS?
Well, it's two different things, but as the director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, I oversaw both the criminal investigation laboratory as well as the medical examiner's office. So in the criminal investigation area, the crime lab, so to speak, I was administratively oversaw that. So that built the employees' budgets. As the chief medical examiner, I oversaw the medical examiner's office, all the other medical examiners, and I did autopsies as well.
Now, Doctor, I kind of want to just hop right into this. Did you perform an autopsy in IFS -20-21399-ME?
Well, the ME is just means of medical exam, sir, but the number is correct. I did that autopsy.
Your Honor, this time I offer State's Exhibit 960, which is.
All of them suck. All of them. They all suck. They all didn't like most of
Say
them.
960.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Mrs. Sims, R60, Your Honor.
Says we got 960.
960.
Nine.
Yes.
Is it minutes? Well, purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, permission to move freely about the court order testimony. Thank you. Now, Doctor, before we get into the actual report that you did in this case, can you tell the jury a little bit about what pathology is, what an autopsy is? Can you just kind of give them an overview of all this?
Yeah, so pathology itself is the study of disease. And forensic pathology is kind of a subspecialty of that, in which your job is to determine the cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, many times an autopsy is performed. And an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of the body. And the external examination is that part of the exam which is performed prior to making incisions into the body. So that could be things as simple as color of the hair, color of the eyes. Those are all parts of the external examination. Also, if there are any injuries that are identifiable on the skin surface, those are documented. The internal examination is that part of the exam which is performed in which appropriate incisions are made into the body. The organs which reside within the body cavities are examined. Also during that, you're looking for any sort of injury, and the organs are removed, and any sort of natural disease, if present, are documented. Organs are weighed, they're dissected, and then ultimately placed back in the body for burial. Also, during both the external and internal examination, fluids are removed for toxicology examination, that is, drug testing.
And can you briefly describe when you receive a body in a homicide case, or when a body comes to you that it's suspected a homicide may be involved, how does that work?
Well, homicide, all bodies are brought in, the body bags are tagged, so they're sealed up. But in cases where you suspect that there's a homicide, well, then an x-ray is performed before you open the body bag. That is, it's a scanning x-ray so that, if there's a bullet that might be loose in the body bag, or as we've seen before, guns that are in the body bag, placed for some unknown reason. And then you get an idea of whether there are any projectiles that need to be recovered or anything else that may be recovered.
Now, IFS 20-21399, you stated that you did perform an autopsy, and did you perform or create a report regarding that autopsy that you performed?
Yes.
Dr. Armstrong has been marked State's Exhibit 5. I'm also going to give you 6. And 6 through 35.
All right.
I'm also in State's Exhibit 4, which is already in evidence.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long 2 days to start. The fourth. Doctor, are you familiar with States Exhibit 4, 5, 6 through 35, I believe?
I am.
And what are States Exhibits? First of all, we'll start with 6, 5, and 6. What are States Exhibit 5 and 6?
States Exhibit 5 is a copy of the autopsy report I generated from the autopsy. 6 is actually part of the autopsy. It's the diagram where I listed out all the entrances, exits, gunshot wounds. And in the back part of that is called the death sheet. 4 is an identification photograph. And the rest of the photos 7 through 35 are autopsy photographs that I took at the time I did the autopsy.
Okay. And when you do an autopsy and you take photos, how many photos do you think you take, especially on an autopsy, the one we have here?
I took a large number of photographs. This is part of the photographs, it's not all of it.
So that's a small or a large portion of the photos from the autopsy?
Yeah, I tend to think less is more rather than introducing 50, 60 photographs. Trying to get representative photographs is what I think is more important. So this will be a small number relative to the total.
Sure. And in preparation for your testimony today, you and I have met?
Yes.
And that was the group that you felt was your best representation for this jury to understand your testimony?
Yes.
And also, I prepared a PowerPoint to use during the demonstration. Do you believe States Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 through 35 would help aid the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
State would offer States Exhibits 5 through 35 for all purposes, as well as States Exhibits 36 with the 36 is the PowerPoint.
Do you want 4?
Oh.
We have no objections to States Exhibit number 5, States Exhibit number 6. We do object to States Exhibit 7 through 28 as being overly prejudicial.
Let me see. 17.
And,
Let's see. State's response. State 1728.
Yes, Your Honor, this is an extremely complicated autopsy that was performed. There's there's exactly 13 wounds to the victim itself, and I can develop some more testimony with Dr. Bernard to explain the complexity of this and the reason for him needing all of these photos and why we compared it down extensively from the total amount. And the probative value substantially outweighs the prejudicial value when it comes to proving a capital murder.
Are there photos in 1728 that are duplicates of each other?
They're not duplicative.
Okay. And
the only thing would be some are a further away, but then a closer up to actually see, and so the doctor can explain the nature of the wounds themselves. So it might be the same.
So the same thing that these photographs will aid Dr. Bernard in describing how this individual was killed or suffered.
Yeah, I believe that was his testimony as well.
All right, thanks. Objections are overruled.
okay. We have no objections to 29 to 35 or 136, the state has indicated, or has implied that 36 is their PowerPoint, and this is a comprehensive version of the photographs and the government version. As long as that is what is only on there, fine.
Okay.
It is, and it's been previously cleared to defense counsel. Just makes it easier to go through with the doctor.
So, this is 5, 6, 7, 35, and 36 was
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would you all like to retrieve?
Yes, Your Honor.
What has determined that further value of that was not worth it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission, public. The state would also offer this for demonstrative purposes. It's exhibit 6A, which is just a demonstrative so Dr. Bernard can testify to the photos and where they're at. 6 is in evidence.
So are we showing the one that's in evidence plus this one? I mean, I don't know how many he needs to be able to testify to.
This is the same thing that's already in, it's just for demonstrative, so he can show it while he can point to the location while the photos are on the screen.
Six is already.
Correct, this is just a demonstrative of State's Exhibit 6. All right, Doctor.
6A is demonstrative purposes.
There you go.
Is the location okay for the?
No, you're right, that's why it's.
You want to put it over there, right, or? That's before.
I was gonna have him set it, y'all wanna see that?
Well, Mr. White is here.
I'm sure the jurors can see that, right? Okay. Can the defense see this diagram?
Yes.
All right, no procedure on it. Thank you. All right, now Doctor, I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, and you have a copy of your autopsy report, is that correct?
I do.
I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, first page here. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 5?
Well, on the first page is the upper portion is kind of the administrative aspect of it. That is the name of the individual, the case number, when the date and time of death, and then when the examination was performed, body weight, things like that. The middle box is where all the organ weights from the autopsy are listed. And then the next part begins the external examination. So the lower half is the external examination.
Now, as far as
Can you all see this one? Is that better? Or that's better?
this one's the best.
That was the best? Okay.
Going on to the second page, what do we have here on the second page?
Well, page 2, the initial top part of it, a section we have called identifying marks and scars. So anybody that has scarring or tattoos or anything like that, that's the area where that is listed. Then the next part is evidence of therapy, so that whatever resuscitative procedures were performed, that's listed there. And then the next part is the evidence of injury, and of the fact there are 13 rifle wounds, and they're numbered 1 through 13. They could have been, start with the letter A, but you have to identify them one way or the other. So I just picked the number. Does not mean that that's the number in which they occurred. And so then I started out with rifle wound number 1 and then moved on through all 13 of them.
We'll go through that in a second. Once we actually start diving into your finding the actual wounds themselves. But again, that is all for the external examination of the deceased, correct?
No, I mean, once you get to page 2, the injuries have both the external and internal aspect of them.
Correct. This next portion on page 6 is where you go start going inside. Is that fair?
Well, that's after you described all of the injuries. And then I put a caveat in there saying that once these injuries have been described, I'm not going to be repeating them. So then you go into the internal examination, and that's the area you describe those things which are separate and apart from the injury section. So it's like what the heart looks like and that sort of thing. But if there was an injury to that organ, it would have been described above. It's not being described in the next part.
Correct. And so toxicology and all this is all coming, weights of organs has already been described. You have everything kind of sectioned out in this report, is that fair?
Right. I mean, it's a format that we fill in, and then there is a way that the report is generated. And so, you're doing them in a certain sequence, but then when it's all put together, it's in an organized fashion.
Now we're going to go through each of the limbs individually. Again, this was in 2020, so on page 7, toxicology, everything came back negative on toxicology as far as what was checked. COVID-19, I mean, we were back in the middle of the pandemic at that time period.
Right.
Again, you said you were the chief medical examiner as well as the director of SWIFT, but you still, in that capacity, you were still performing autopsies.
I did a full caseload while I was the chief and the director.
And in 2020, we were all pretty busy.
Yeah, we were busy, really busy.
Moving on to page number 8. Now, this portion is reference back to your earlier findings or your earlier comments regarding your examination.
Yeah, this is really a summation page. And this makes it easier for people to look at, in particular attorneys, so that it's kind of organized for them. Otherwise, you could leave that whole thing off. But then it requires people to go back and read through all the description of it. And so this is a summation page so that it's a little bit easier for people to understand.
We appreciate that. So for example, here number 1, and again, when you number, for example, the wound is strong and it's number 1, you number just based off the first one that you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to arbitrarily pick whatever your starting injury is. And like I said, I could call that A instead of 1, but I called it 1. And you pick one that you start with for whatever reason, be it it's the highest one up or whatever. So it's my determination what I'm going to call number 1.
Sure. I'm going to do this over there actually 5, so that it's talking a little bit, makes it a little bit easier. Doctor, if you want to, as you described at a point, if you want to point at any of these as we go through, especially as we're going through some of the photos.
Sure.
And again, the jury will have this and they go back and we're going to talk about all of these as we look at the photos, but each one of the wounds that you've notated in your report and on your diagram, these findings are what are towards the end. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now you discussed an X-ray here in States Exhibit number 9. Was this the X-ray that was done in this case?
Yeah, there's probably more than one X-ray, but this would have been the initial X-ray where the body bag is sealed up. So you're trying to figure out what do we have in there. Like I said, sometimes there are bullets that are loose, sometimes there are weapons that are in there. Sometimes you've got some other things like clothing, as in this case. So we will just do a scanning X-ray before we open the bag so we know what we're dealing with.
And you talked about like projectiles. Is it possible for the jurors to see here any projectiles or any, foreign objects that were in the decedent's body?
Yeah, I mean, I know what I'm looking for, but the thing is that some things may look like projectiles, and say up in the left upper corner that you see that opaque area, well, those are zippers. So, you have to kind of know that everything that's may have metal in it can look like one thing or another. But I'm looking at the body trying to determine what do I need to look for. And so you can see projectiles in particular as you look at it, to your left is going to be the decedent's right side of the body.
Now, as far as property, we also log all the property that they come in with.
Yeah, I mean, I will describe what jewelry is on the body and leave that, mainly because our volume was so great that if you tried to take all the jewelry off and then keep track of it, there's always potential you can lose it or the family won't get it. So our goal was to try and leave things like that alone. things that are separate, like say a wallet or things of that nature, yes, we'll take those out. They're sealed up and then they're either released to the police or they're released to the family, depending on the circumstances.
State's Exhibit 35, was that the currency in the property that was on the complaint when we came in?
Yes.
And again, just documentation.
Yeah, and I took a photograph of it so that it showed how much there was. And then I believe I released that to the police since the circumstances to me were somewhat unknown. So I'd let them deal with who they release that to if they release it.
Sure. All right, and so now we're gonna go into the autopsy itself. Now, in State's Exhibit 6, and we have it here in the PowerPoint, can you describe to the jury what position is this when you use this position?
All right. So what you're seeing is what we call the anatomic position. And that's a standard position. So it's an individual standing up with their palms out. Now, that doesn't mean that's the position they were in when they received the injuries. You just have to pick one so that you can say, okay, this is going from right to left, left to right. So you know what, and in this case, we'll talk about one of those wounds where the way that the wound was received may not be the way that it is like that. But you just pick that as a standard. So, you know front, back, but that's what you work from, or what I work from when I'm describing my report.
In a homicide investigation or a homicide autopsy, would you agree with me that bullets are moving when they're shot from a gun?
Yeah, it's got velocity to it, so yes.
And compare that, say that when a lot of times in homicide investigations or autopsies, an individual's body may be moving when they're shot.
Yeah, well, the bullet's moving, the individual that gets shot can be moving, the person who's shooting can be moving, or all of them are happening.
So what we see on TV with CSI, it's not that way when it comes to the actual true science and the doctor that's doing the autopsy.
Television has been a blessing and a curse because you don't solve these things in 15 minutes like they do on TV. So it isn't as easy as they may make it on television.
Now, they may make it look easy. I want to talk specifically about this case, and you and I have had a chance to work together many times over the years. Would you describe this autopsy in particular as straightforward or complicated?
No, this was a very complicated autopsy. You have injuries that are occurring to the front, the back, the side. They're taking weird courses, tracks where the bullets are going. So it's a very complicated case.
And you've been performing autopsies in 2020 for how many years?
Well, since 1987 in Dallas and 1986 in New York, so a long time.
Right. Now, I want to just go through them with you one by one. We'll start number one and walk through this. State number one. What are we looking at? Or sorry, gunshot wound number one.
Yeah,
what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so wound number one, and I have kind of a legend out here. So the solid circles are your entrance, the open circles are the exits, and then there's this little circle with an X through it, and that's going to be a re-entrance. So in this, the dark circle, just can I step down?
There you go. It's probably over.
So wound number one, the entrance is in the back, and then the exit is in the front. And this one took a rather unusual course in terms of what it did. So it got the spleen, and it got the stomach, but it also entered into the chest cavity. So it went through the retroperitoneum, that's that back portion. And so it got several organs, it got the lung, and it got the heart, and after it got the heart, it went out the chest. So it's a kind of a torturous course that it took. But following the track, that's what it went through. And in the retroperitoneum, that is that back portion, there was a projectile or fragment that I recovered.
And if we look close up here, at State's Exhibit number 10, what do we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Trying to use this way. States 10, that's the entrance wound. to what I arbitrarily numbered as 1.
And states exhibit number 11, we talked about the close-up view, is that the close-up?
So that's a close-up view.
And is there any, as it relates to the direction or the entrance itself, that you notate that and how the projectile entered the body, either directionality, did it come in an awkward angle?
Well, I mean, you don't measure angles, and your body doesn't do well with trying to use a protractor. So, you know, you talk about where the entrance is. So the body is a curved surface. And, you know, you're talking about whether there's there's no residue surrounding, it's got an abrasion, that little scrape around the surface, and that pretty much defines it as being an entrance. And so when it went through that, it went from back going to the front, went from the left going to the right, and then it went upward.
So that was the entrance. Over here on the chest in states exhibit number 12, what do we see here?
That's the exit wound for gunshot wound or rifle wound number 1.
Moving on to wound number 2, what do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 2, as I chose this as number 2, was a wound in the pre-sacral region, so it's right at the sacral area. That wound then went through the musculature and exited over on the right lateral chest. So it was going from back to front, from left to right and upward. And it went through muscle, didn't get into the cavity of the organs.
So again, back here at states exhibit number 10, states exhibit 10, you have like a little placard down there.
Yeah, that's the wound right there.
And states exhibit number 13, is that close up of it?
Yes, it is. Because you can see the lower part's a little bit of the crease where the sacrum comes through and the buttocks come through.
Now, the exit wound on states exhibit 15, but that is the exit wound of states exhibit, sorry, wound number 2, is that correct?
Yeah, there are 2 wounds that are in this.
Okay.
So in this is the exit wound of number 2. That's the entrance of number 10. And then these are not entrance wounds, though they can come like it, but they're not.
And again, the complexity of this autopsy.
Yeah, there's a lot of interposed material, the concrete, the glass, the car parts, whatever it is, something that also struck the body. Could even be projectile fragments, there's just nothing there recovered out of it.
And when you say interposed, an interposed target, what do you mean by that?
Well, a person fires a weapon through something, and some of whatever it is they are shooting through, some of that material hits the body, that is an interposed target. So that's like, for example, you shot through a window, and some of the glass hit the body. Well, the glass is the interposing target. And in this case, it could be one of several different things, or maybe not just one, maybe several different things that struck the body.
So your testimony is not to say that this went through glass or anything, it's just, and there's a term for this too, correct? What we see on the body here.
Well, around exit 2, the smaller stuff you tend to call pseudostippling.
And you didn't find any true stippling on the body, is that correct?
Right, stippling is marks made by gunpowder, and I didn't see any of that on the body.
And so,
And this is an exit, you wouldn't see on the exit either.
and so pseudo-stippling in a situation like this would be whatever came from that transposed target that somebody shot off the ground in concrete or cement or something that then came up and hit the body.
Whatever it was that hit it.
Correct, fragment, whatever.
Yep.
Wound number 3. What do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 3 was a wound that entered in the kind of side of the buttock. And then that wound entered into the retroperitoneum, and it then deposited a fragment in the retroperitoneal region, and then it exited, it went through the small intestines, then exited the front of the abdomen.
Here in 16, what are we looking
Well, the two wounds there, but in particular, this is the entrance to wound number 3.
So that would be the one furthest to the left and highest up in the picture.
Yes, that's right.
State's exhibit number 20.
Yeah, 20 shows 2 exit wounds. This is 3 and that's 5. But this, since we're talking about 3, that's 3. The upper exit wound.
Okay, so you have 2 exit wounds right near each other.
Yep.
I'll probably skip over that and we covered that is 3 and 5.
That is 3 and 5.
Wound number 4, what do we see here?
4 is a wound in the buttock region, you can see. And that one then took off through the musculature of the buttock and exited the flank in a real irregular exit.
And so in state's exhibit number 16, where would that be located? Maybe state's exhibit 17 is easier to see.
Yeah, this is the entrance wound to number 4.
Right in the middle.
Right, and then up there is 3.
Exit wound number 4 in state's exhibit number 18.
Yeah, this irregular large defect is the exit to 4.
Wound number 5.
Yeah, wound number 5 is a rifle wound that entered in the medial or inner aspect of the left buttock. It then went through the pelvic region, hit the bladder, and then exited, well, as we saw earlier, right below exit number 3.
And so down on state's exhibit 19, it's kind of hard to see.
It is right here.
That is there, probably been very easy, but and we've already covered the exit wound on 5.
Yep.
So wound number 6, what do we have here?
Wound number 6 is a wound in the left side of the abdomen, and adjacent to it, or a little bit inner aspect to that, and a little lower, is wound number 7. And the reason I'm describing it like that is that 6 went through the intestines, went through the liver, and hit the right chest wall. 7 went into the abdomen, hit the intestines, hit the liver, and hit the chest wall. Because of the proximity of those wounds, I couldn't necessarily separate out because there was one of them that dropped a projectile in the chest cavity, one that was in the chest wall. I couldn't separate out which one went to what. But they went together that direction.
And in state's exhibit number 18, is that the entrance one?
This is the entrance number 6 at the top.
Wound number 7, what do we see here?
Yeah, as I just described, it was a little bit inner aspect of 6 and a little below it. And again, its trajectory is very similar to 6's.
So state's exhibit 21 is kind of just a different angle of that portion of the body.
Yeah, I shot the photograph, so it shows the exit of 4, the entrance of 6, and the entrance of 7.
Wound number 8.
8 was a wound in the side of the left thigh. And that one went up through the muscle and embedded a projectile in the anterior abdominal wall.
And where is that portion of the abdominal wall?
Well, I mean, it's in this general area right in here.
Below the belly button?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry.
State's exhibit 22.
Yeah, so you're seeing wound 8, wound 9, both of them are visible.
State's exhibit 23. What is that showing?
Yeah, so 9, I just showed you that on the other photograph. It was on the front part of the thigh. This
Hey,
one
Swamp Talk.
went up through the muscle. It exited on the inner aspect of the
Just
left
covering
thigh.
some of the footage, honey.
And
It's Bigreddiva.
Right inner thigh, and then there's the chest wall.
And so, and I'm sure sometime during the first, probably done it at some point, ask that medical examiner, can you tell me what angle this person was shot at based off of what you see in your examination.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that, other than I use the probe to show just the kind of angle, just to get the line of entrance, exit, and re-entrance to show you. So the body has to be rotated in the format that when that shot occurs, it's going up this direction and the projectile's ending at the chest wall.
So that was 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Which was multiple entrances, exits, re-entry. When a bullet goes through either a transposed target or some tough material inside the body, whether it be a bone or something or an organ, or goes through and re-enters, what can happen a lot of times?
Well, you're losing, it's kinetic energy is the force that's that's driving the projectile along. So at some point it loses its energy. When it loses its energy, it stops. And so in this case, if that's the question you're asking her, is it's going through all of this and ultimately comes to rest in the chest wall.
And sometimes will there be a deformity to the projectile as well?
Well, it can be if it hits something that causes it to be deformed, whether it starts out hitting something first or hitting it along its course.
Okay, that's where I was hoping to hear. Wound number 10, what do we see here?
Well, 10 was an irregular wound, and I described it earlier. There were 3 defects, and you can see here. So you have the exit to 2, you have the entrance 10, which is big and irregular. A couple other fragments don't really go anywhere, and then you got other defects, and again, those only stay confined to the skin and the very soft tissue under it. So 10, it went into the side of the chest wall, and there's a projectile under it. So that one had to have lost all of its energy before it really hit the chest wall, and so it didn't go very deep, and it stopped there.
Would that be consistent with that projectile hitting concrete?
Could be, yeah.
And is that consistent, hitting concrete, would that be consistent with having this other pseudo-sibling on that right flank of the body?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of other material striking the skin surface. Whether some of that was other fragments, I didn't recover them, so they weren't there. But something did that. And it's something that was hit and it was superficial, and this other one had lost its velocity before it hit really the skin surface, so it didn't go very far.
So if somebody was laying on the ground and someone were to shoot into the ground before it loses kinetic energy, you could create a situation like that.
Yeah, and if it hit something and then hit the body, sure.
Number 11, what do we have here?
Yeah, number 11 is a gunshot wound, a right wound that hit the forearm. So in anatomic position, it entered on the front of the forearm, on the little finger side, and exited the back and thumb side. So it doesn't tell you what position the arm was in when the injury occurred, but when you're describing it anatomically, it's going from front to back, it's going from right to left or medial to lateral and upward.
Is that what we see here in State Exhibit 25?
It is. You can see the entrance over here and the exit is on that side, from the side.
Number 12.
Number 12 is a wound to the back of the left hand. And, a lot of times you really can't tell which way it's going. But in this particular case, there's an abrasion there. So my opinion is that it went from the index finger side towards the ring finger side. Superficial, but it did travel that direction. But then when you put it in anatomic position, you're turning it this way. So if the wound was received this way, it's still going to be anatomic. We're describing it, it's in the opposite direction.
And then wound number 13, what do we have here?
Yeah, 13 is a graze wound of the elbow. And I could not see it was superficial enough that I could not get directionality as to which way it was going. I can't tell if it was going from above downward or from below upwards.
So when we go back and we look at all of the wounds that you've identified, so superficial and not superficial, how many of these wounds?
Subscribe to my new channel, you guys. Chanel
You
Joyner.
know, all of them potentially can be lethal.
It's connected to Big Red Diva.
Injection and bleeding, but.
Subscribe to the new channel.
So the most rapidly fatal is one, because that went through the heart, went through the lungs, went through the spleen. But 6 and 7 went through the intestines and went through the liver. So those are lethal, would be rapidly lethal. And then 3 went through the intestines, 5 went through the bladder. So all those untreated are lethal, but some are more rapidly lethal than others.
And I think when we talked previously, I think we counted it up and there was 5 rapidly lethal wounds. Does that sound right?
That's probably right.
Objection, leading.
Oh.
4 or 5.
And when you say rapidly lethal, what do you mean by rapidly lethal?
Yeah, that means that even in some cases, well, in particular in number 1, even if that had been an emergency room department, their surgeons have said they could save them, but their odds are pretty minimal. You could save anybody. It means that you're hitting an organ that is critical to life, and to be able to fix that, you got to fix the spleen, you got to fix the lung, and you got to fix 2 holes in the heart. And so, in my opinion, those are the ones that's not survivable.
What if somebody was presenting with these wounds? What would you expect to see from them? As if you saw this happen immediately, what would you expect to see them presenting physically?
Well, I mean, you don't have a wound to the head, so in that particular case, they're bleeding. They would not be instantly unconscious, but they would be rapidly unconscious because of blood loss, and then they'd be rapidly dead.
And would you expect to see potentially rapid blood loss outside of the body?
Well, you could. There's a lot of different defects, so it's certainly possible to have external hemorrhage.
Sure. And have there been cases that you've worked that you might expect a lot of blood loss, but there wasn't?
Well, there are times that, that can happen because you can get other things. You know, you get through, like the lung and the heart, you could get an air embolus. You know, and the air gets in there and it can block the heart and kill it. So you would expect you could see a lot of blood and you don't. So the answer is yeah, I've seen a lot of different things.
Sure. Okay. Now, as far as your ultimate conclusions, did you make a conclusion and have an opinion as to what caused the death of Melvin?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
He died as a result of injuries sustained from multiple rifle wounds.
And in your cause of death report, manner of death?
Homicide.
What does that mean when you classify a manner of death?
Well, homicide, you're asking me what I define as homicide?
Correct.
Death at the hands of another person.
As far as the recovery of projectiles, did you recover projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Showing you state's exhibit number 30, do you recognize what's here in the picture of state's exhibit 30?
Yes, I mean, that's the barcode that has the number on it, and that projectile from the retroperitoneum would have been associated with wound number 3.
And again, we see the IFS number. Is that something that carries along with this case?
Yes.
And then you've documented on here where those were recovered from and what it was?
Yes.
State's exhibit 33?
That's the anterior abdominal wall. That would have been from wound number 8.
State's exhibit 34.
Right, chest cavity, that would have been either 6 or 7, and since I couldn't separate out the two, I can't tell you which one of the two it is. That would have been number 7 or 6. Could have also been wound number 9, but probably it's the 6 and 7 because they were pretty close together.
States exhibit 32.
Yeah, right lateral chest wall, because you can see the projectile is deformed, is probably associated with 10.
And again, you're not testifying to what caused the deformity or anything like that.
No.
Whereas, in just for comparison, states exhibit 29, how would you describe that projectile in comparison to the projectile in states exhibit 32?
32 is, I'm sorry, which one is that?
So this is 29.
29 is not deformed. The tip of it is deformed.
And states exhibit 29, this was a projectile that you recovered from.
Right lateral chest wall, probably number 9.
And again, the reason for saying probably is because of the complexity, of this autopsy.
Yeah, you have a lot of intersecting tracks. You have things ending up in a similar area, and you're trying to follow the track to be as accurate as you can, but sometimes you can't really separate them totally out. But I recovered all of it.
Your Honor, that one more, please.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, just as far as those projectiles, those were then put inside those, I know it seems like a silly question, those were then put inside those envelopes, is that correct?
Yeah, they're sealed up in the envelopes, separately barcoded, and then all the evidence is placed in a sealed bag and then transferred into the evidence registration.
Your Honor, that 37 through 42. Will you please take a look at those? What is contained within the state's exhibits 37 through 42?
Well, these are sealed envelopes with the projectiles that I recovered at the autopsy.
State Robert State's exhibits 37 through 42 for all purposes, 36 under defense counsel for all purposes.
This is 37 to 42 or there.
Now, Doctor, the projectiles that are in state's exhibits 37 through 42, these are also, so we put the photos in, right? That's what's inside these photos.
Yes,
There are biohazard stickers on as well.
yes, there are.
Doctor, as it relates to firearms, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes,
Is it capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
yes,
Is shooting somebody 13 times or at least 5 times, as an expert on this, would you consider that an act clearly dangerous to human life?
yes.
That's what John.
That's for your, you said you've been practicing for about 40 years,
Yes,
and you've done, fairly say, thousands of autopsies.
I have.
Okay. And the constitutional was complex, or has the complexities, is that correct?
It was complex.
And is part of the reason that it was complex is because, if someone is in motion, if the victim is in motion or the person that's shooting the victim is in motion, that can mean that the bullet could be going in different directions. Is that correct?
Well, essentially the answer is yes, but the bullet will go where the bullet is aimed. But if the body is in motion or the shooter and the victim are in motion, the track can be unusual because of whatever position the body was in at the time it was struck.
So, this will clear, it's not that it's just some big complex autopsy because of the amount of shootings. It was complex because of the two individuals perhaps being in motion in the direction and angle of the bullets.
Yes and no to that. I mean, when you have multiple projectiles, multiple injuries, those are much more complex than a single gunshot wound. But then when you add unusual trajectories, it makes it even more complex.
And this autopsy happened on August 12th, 2020, is that correct?
I think it's November.
I'm sorry, November 12th.
11th, and then I did the autopsy the 12th.
And how long is it going to take to do the autopsy?
Depends on the case. I mean, if it's a drug overdose case, then that might take an hour. If it's a case like this, it could take all day.
And you weighed the physical as 199 pounds, is that correct?
That's the weight we got, yes.
Okay. And as far as his height, you have about 5'7".
Yes, yes.
And you were able to take some money out of his body, or there was some money that came with his body, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was about $1,812?
Somewhere around that.
And when he came to, or when someone comes to the medical examiner's office, do they have a clothes on or they don't?
Depends. It's variable.
Do you remember if Mr. Golden had his clothes on?
No, I believe he was new because he had gone to the hospital, and then there was a bag with clothing inside the body bag.
And I do believe that the state showed the body bag and the bottom between Mr. Gold's legs, there was appeared to have a circular object. Was that the bag with his clothes?
I believe that's correct.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your findings. Can you tell me what is stippling?
Yeah, stippling, as I said earlier, if a barrel tip is close enough, mainly you see this in handguns, but if a barrel tip is close enough at the time of discharge, then you can get some of the residues from the barrel tip at the time coming out of the cartridge case that can strike the skin surface. So gunpowder can strike the skin surface if the barrel tip is close enough. Now, long arm weapons like rifles, you got a lot longer, and a lot of times there's less opportunity to see that gunpowder striking the skin surface.
And can you tell me what soot is?
I'm sorry?
Soot.
Soot would be that blackish material that can be on there when it's a contact wound or a near contact wound.
And you didn't see any soot on those blackish.
No, ma'am.
And that's often, given to know how far someone is or how close someone is when they're shooting, is that right?
Yeah, that gives you, if you see residue, it starts giving you an idea of how far away the barrel tip was at the time of discharge.
And on, I think we noted 13 wounds to Mr. Or 12 wounds, if I'm not mistaken.
13.
13. Okay, this is on this body. Out of the 13, you noted that there was like one that had a pseudo symptom, right? And you didn't know any of them were suits, is that correct?
Yeah, pseudo-stippling, just to be clear, is not real stippling. It's some other material that has caused an impact to the skin surface, but it's not gunpowder.
So that's on
Yeah, could be. Potentially, although I didn't see any glass on him, and sometimes it'll make a kind of definitive pattern. I didn't see that.
So Dr. McMurray, I know you said that you arbitrarily label the injuries, is that correct?
Yeah, you got to take away to separate them.
Okay, and you label them from 1 to 13, is that right? And there's no way that you can tell the jury which injury happened first, right?
No, not based on this. No.
Okay, and you said that there was 5 injuries that were lethal.
4 or 5 that would have been more rapidly lethal than the others. Some of these could be lethal over a period of time. That is bleeding, infection, but those that would require emergent surgery, there were at least 4 of them.
Okay, and with those more injuries that would require emergency surgery, is there an estimated time based on your experience and training that someone, if they were able to receive help, could have survived?
Well, number one, I don't believe anybody can survive that.
Okay.
The others, you'd have to get in and operate on the liver, the intestines, but potentially you could get to an operating room and maybe they'd survive, maybe they wouldn't survive. But what I call number one, I don't believe any surgeon could save them.
And how quickly can someone bleed out from the other injuries, the other big injuries that you were seeing?
The others, well, that would be slower bleeding than through the heart. But it's trying to give you a specific time period. I wouldn't be able to do that. The liver is a very vascular organ, so you could bleed out quickly from those injuries.
Okay, and then the other, you noted that there was superficial injuries as well, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that means that they didn't enter the body, it just kind of contacted the skin, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, some of these are at weird angles, they're hitting the hands, they're hitting, grazing the arm, like 10, which is already deformed by the time it hits the body, doesn't go very far. So those are coming at weird angles, a lot of them, or the positioning is weird when it happens.
And Dr. Moore, sometimes the image goes out to when injuries happen or when someone's death occurs. Did that happen in this case?
Yeah, that's more on television.
Okay.
And in the small jurisdictions where you don't have 5,000 autopsies in a year. I have gone to scenes, usually when there were police shootings, so you needed someone who was independent to go in. But in a case like this, plus being transported to the hospital, you're not going to the hospital on those.
So it's fair to say, basically, that we don't know anything about the case other than what the injuries were, or just enough knowing.
Essentially, that's right. I mean, obviously someone else shot him, but that would be the totality of it.
And you don't know who that person was that shot him, is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
Nothing really can say, Your Honor, let's go see.
Thank you, Doctor. State coordinator.
State call Dr. Graham.
Doctor, would you raise your hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Good afternoon. How are you, sir? Doing fine. Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the court reporter? Yes, my name is Randall Graham, Graham. First name Randall, Randall. And Doctor, how are you currently employed? I'm a neurosurgeon with the Methodist Health System here in Dallas. And where are you coming from this morning? From Methodist Dallas Hospital. And I apologize. Did you surgery this morning? I did, yes. And what type of surgeon are you? I'm a neurosurgeon. Apologize, Your Honor. I'm trying to read it from my PowerPoint. And so the jury just heard from Dr. Bernard, medical examiner, retired with Dallas County. Neurosurgeon, you're a brain surgeon, is that correct? That's correct. Okay. I want to kind of just jump right into things because I know you had a busy day, and I appreciate you coming down. November 11th of 2020, do you remember that day? Yes, I do. And I'm going to put this calendar that's in for demonstrative purposes up and put it up next to you. November 11th of 2020. What were you doing that morning? That morning, I was working at Methodist Charleston Medical Center. And where is that? That is near the intersection of I-20 and 67. Okay. And doing morning rounds, surgery that morning. Did you remember? That morning I had morning rounds, and I think I had a small operation that I had to do. Okay. And at some point, did you begin to leave to go to another facility? Yes, I left. Excuse me. Yes, I left Methodist Charleston to go to Methodist Dallas. And how did you? What roads did you take to get there? So from Methodist Charleston, I took I-67 north, and that joins into I-35 north. And as you were driving north on I-35, did anything happen out of the ordinary? Yes. What happened that morning? So as I was going northbound on I-35, in 2020, there was quite a bit of construction on that highway around that time. And I recall as I was going northbound, I heard what I'll describe as repetitive, loud
banging sounds. And it was not clear to me exactly what types of sounds those were. I just assumed maybe it was something from the construction. Then suddenly traffic slowed down, which again, not terribly unusual for there being so much construction there, but being a little bit unusual for the time of day, which was around noon. And then suddenly traffic pretty much came to almost a stop.
Just, I want to stop you right there for a second. When you originally heard those sounds, and anything in your mind, what did you think those sounds were?
At the time, I really thought it was just something to do with the construction. I didn't have any sort of context or knowledge of what that sound was.
And as you talked about the highway there, were there any shoulders or any sides? I mean, or was the highway kind of completely under construction at that time? Do you remember?
Yes, at that time there were no shoulders. It was almost sort of an overpass situation with guards on the side.
And so as the traffic comes to a stop in front of you, is anything going through your mind at that moment that this is anything but traffic or anything like that?
At that instant, I thought it was just traffic from construction at that instant.
And then as you, did you come to a complete stop there?
I did.
Okay. And what happened once you came to a complete stop?
Shortly after coming to a complete stop, there was an even louder sound of essentially almost an explosion on my windshield. And that was a very different sound, followed by some glass and shrapnel pretty much going into my face and neck. At first I didn't really know what was going on until I looked on the windshield and saw a hole on the windshield. And I just immediately thought that must have been a gunshot.
And once you saw this thing that you believe might be a gunshot or must have been a gunshot, did you look around and see anything out of the ordinary?
Yes, very shortly after that, a black male essentially sprinted by my vehicle, in front of my vehicle, in front of the passenger side, and ran alongside the passenger side of my vehicle. And then chasing him was another black male with what appeared to be an automatic rifle. And the second gentleman stopped at the front passenger headlight of my car, and he appeared to take aim, and he took what I remember to be 2 shots. And then he turned and actually looked at me through the windshield. He was wearing a mask, and we locked eyes for probably a second or two, and then he turned around and ran off, going northbound.
And what was going through your mind at that moment?
I mean, I really thought that was going to be the end of my life.
So, walk back up just a second. As you come to a stop, do you remember which lane you were in?
I was in the left lane.
Okay. And when you first saw the first white male running towards you, do you remember what side of the vehicle he was on? If you're looking for, was he on your left-hand side or right-hand side originally?
Right-hand side.
Okay. And the individual second black male that came running by, was he on the left-hand side or right-hand side?
Also the right-hand side.
And so, as they ran past, do you know how far the first male got past you?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the shooter, did he ever go past your front right passenger door?
I don't think he did. I think he took those final shots and then went the other way.
We're going to go to the market, States Exhibit 47. Do you recognize the vehicle, States Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
And I have a smaller photo here just of that. Do you see that?
Yes.
The States 47 is already in evidence. Whose vehicle is that right there?
At the time, that was my vehicle.
Okay. And did you know that the victim was laying there behind the back right tire when you were in your car?
I did not.
At this point, it appears that the gunman is gone, correct?
Correct.
What were you doing at this moment when you were in your car, if you remember?
I remember collecting my thoughts or trying to for a few seconds, and then I called 911 from my car.
And then from this spot right here, at what point did you realize that the victim was on the ground at or near this location?
I didn't realize that until much later.
Okay. And did you stay here in your vehicle?
Sorry.
Did you stay right here in your vehicle that we see in States Exhibit 47?
At this moment, when this picture was taken, I must have been in the vehicle still, in the driver's seat.
And
Yes.
why do you say that you must have been in the vehicle still?
Well, after I talked to the 911 dispatcher, I actually pulled forward and pulled my vehicle over towards that right guardrail, probably about 25 yards northbound of that.
Okay, so we see that vehicle to the right-hand side?
Correct.
Is that where we see the billboard kind of in that area? Is that kind of where you put your vehicle?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, I think last time we met, I showed you a video of yourself out there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You see kind of your blinker on there in the video with the victim on the ground. So when you pulled over, we're looking now at a photo, a live photo from an iPhone. Had the victim been moved, or is that where he was at in relation to your car? And your car is just now not in the picture. Does that make sense?
Correct.
That question.
No, I understand the question. From my recollection, the victim was not moved.
So we don't see your car here anymore, but it's not that it just disappeared. You moved your car, correct?
Correct. My car would be in front of that silver truck.
The silver, it looks like a four-door Ford truck with a van and a green shirt.
Correct.
And so that last, or the States Exhibit 47, you can actually see the billboard that's on the other side of the truck a little bit better. But can you describe to the jury what you're doing in this video with the victim?
So I'm administering CPR.
And at what point did you realize, how did you find out that the victim was on the ground that day?
Well, after I pulled my car over, I got out of my car, and there was a group of Hispanic women who, if I remember correctly, they got out of the minivan, and they were screaming in Spanish, and one of them actually grabbed me, and she must have seen me wearing scrubs and pointed over to what was the victim, and he was laying on the ground, and so that's when I approached him.
Now, you talked about when what must have been a bullet struck your car, you were hit with debris or shrapnel up there.
That's correct.
Did you know how seriously you had been shot or wounded at that point?
I did not.
But you still got out of your vehicle, came over and start performing life-saving measures?
Yes,
Attempting life-saving measures?
yes.
Explain that, just how that works in that situation for yourself.
Well, I mean, I think there was a lot of adrenaline in this situation. It was all very confusing, and it's just, I think at that time, what people do under situations of that type of stress is they sort of go back into their most basic training, and so for pretty much all of my adult life, I've been trained to try to help people who are in dire medical situations like this.
And when you were trying to do what you could in this situation, based off what you were observing as a nurse or as a doctor, what did you observe as far as what the victim was presenting as far as symptoms or signs of trauma?
Well, there were multiple wounds. He was completely soaked in blood. There was quite a bit of blood on the pavement, and he really wasn't breathing normally.
When you say he wasn't breathing normally, what do you mean by that?
Well, in situations of severe brain damage, we see this pretty frequently. There's a phenomenon called agonal respirations, where it almost looks like the victim or the patient is taking these very short gulps of breath, or attempting to take very short gulps of breath with long, kind of several second breathless intervals in between them. And that's a sign that the overwhelming majority of brain tissue has been completely starved of oxygen, and the very basic primitive respiratory centers in what's called the brainstem are trying to initiate breaths. And so that reflex causes the diaphragm to spasm. Those aren't functional breaths. They don't actually get enough oxygen to the lungs, and they don't actually clear enough carbon dioxide, but it's recognizable as a very short, very dramatic gulp, or almost like a bucking type of maneuver. And that was already obvious in this gentleman.
When somebody presents with these signs of trauma and symptoms, even with all of your training, background, and experience, was there anything that you could have done in this situation?
It's highly doubtful. I don't think I've ever seen someone survive once those respirations have been that obvious. I don't think I've seen someone. Oh, that's what it shot.
Good afternoon, Dr. Graham. I just want to ask just a couple of questions about what you observed. What you said is that you saw two people running, is that right?
Correct.
And they were running towards you, correct?
Yes,
There was one person in front and one person behind, correct?
that's right.
The person in front, what did they have in their hands?
I don't remember seeing anything in his hands.
Okay, do you remember seeing a weapon?
I don't.
Do you remember seeing a cell phone?
I do not.
Do you remember seeing a bag?
No, I do not.
Did you observe the person that was running towards you in the front? Did you observe them at a vehicle?
I did not observe them in a vehicle.
Did you observe them near a vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. The second person that was running behind the first person, did you observe that person in a vehicle?
I did not.
So you didn't observe whether or not there was anybody, where there were any vehicles involved?
I did not see any vehicles involved.
And therefore, whether there were, you don't know, whether there were people inside, you don't know.
That's correct.
And then you said that the second person that was running, that person, you observed that person have a firearm,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, and that they then sort of were near your car and were shooting?
Yes.
And the first person, how far away were those two people?
I don't recall how far away they were.
Were they right on top of each other?
No,
Okay, so there's some distance.
correct, there was some distance.
Okay, and then, you said that, you described that person, as the second person you described as a black male, is that right?
That's right.
Was it a light skinned or dark skinned black male?
Probably between, I would describe,
Like a medium skin,
like brown skin,
brown skin?
black
Okay.
male, correct.
Okay, but it was a black male that was brown skin versus say a Hispanic person that was brown skin.
Yes,
Okay, and what type of, did you describe any clothing?
yes, he had some sort of a vest on and he had a face covering.
Okay.
And I remember him wearing a shirt that was like a greenish brown type of shade.
Okay, so greenish brown shirt with a vest.
Correct.
And then, you said something over his head,
Face.
something over his face.
I could see his eyes, but I could not see his nose or mouth.
Okay, so there was something covering the bottom of his face.
Correct.
So was there anything covering his head?
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
recall.
Okay, but what you observed, what you just described, is when the person was standing near your car.
Correct.
Okay, but you whatever you observed, you could not identify that person.
No,
You could not say who that person was.
no, I could not.
Based on all of the things that you were able to observe, were you able to determine how the situation began?
No,
Were you able to determine where the people, other than them running, could you tell whether they had originated from the north or the south?
they had originated from northbound because they were coming from northbound.
They were coming from northbound.
They were coming from north of where I was situated.
They were in front of you.
Correct.
Okay. But do you know where they had originated in terms of, they didn't, obviously appear just randomly on the highway.
Correct.
Do you know where they originated?
I'm sorry.
Prior to being on the highway, do you know where they came from?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Do you know anything about any of the parties involved?
I do not.
Have you met with the district attorney's office?
Yes,
How many times?
twice before this.
The first time, was that in 2025?
I think it was before that.
It was before 2025, possibly 2024,
I think so.
okay? And the second time?
The second time was just a few weeks ago.
And were you, when you met with them, were you told about what was going on?
No.
What the accusations were?
I was told about the charges.
Were you told or given the name, Mela Noble?
No,
Were you given the name Marquise Conway?
no,
Were you given the name kiwon White?
no,
Did you talk to any of the other witnesses?
I did not.
Did you talk to anybody that was out on the highway?
You mean after, I'm sorry, when I
At the
was,
time? Excuse me, I'm so sorry, and I don't mean to cut you off, sorry.
it's okay, no problem.
At the time, did you talk to any other people that were on the highway?
So during the incident,
Correct,
yes, I did.
okay. Once Mr. Noble had been put into an ambulance, he eventually was put into an ambulance, is that right?
Sorry, who's Mr. Noble?
Once basically the decedent was put into an ambulance, did you stay at the location?
No, I did not.
After you were sort of relieved of your duties or you weren't doing anything to help the decedent, did anybody come talk to you or ask for a statement or ask you what you remember or anything like that?
Well, I was taken to the hospital to treat my own injuries.
Okay, and then at the hospital, did anybody come?
No,
Okay, and so when's the first time that you talked to a law enforcement officer? Okay,
at the scene,
so you did talk to somebody at the scene,
yes.
okay? And did you tell them what you told us today?
I described what happened to the best of my ability.
Okay, what you described was the person that had on
Trying to take
something covering the lower part of their face, right?
Right,
They had on a greenish brown shirt.
You gonna come back, you gonna come back, you have to go
You
come
say
back
anything
and say,
about what they have on the lower part
you
of
say you
their
didn't
body?
talk to nobody at the
No.
scene.
Okay, and that they had a firearm.
Correct.
And then there was another person that was in front of them that was running at them.
Now you caught that, y'all caught that,
The
huh?
person who you describe as having the gun was running after someone else.
Correct.
From
He
your
say he didn't talk to
Yes.
nobody,
perspective.
and
You didn't
then
have
he turn
any
around
other
and say he didn't talk
I
to
did not.
somebody. Them gals is
Did
bad.
you watch any of the videos prior to
Them
your
gals is
testimony?
bad.
For example, the video that the state just showed you,
Yes,
you had seen that before today?
yes.
When did you see it?
I saw it in the district attorney's
Listen
office
now, listen now,
Do you recall when?
listen now.
2 weeks ago.
Okay, and then what about in the meeting in 2024?
Huh?
I watched it then too.
Okay, so you watched it twice.
Correct.
Okay, and why was it shown to you so you could remember what was going on?
What's the question?
Did they show you the video when you met with them to help refresh your recollection about what had happened in 2020?
I didn't ask them why they showed it to me.
That they just did.
They just did,
You
yes.
didn't ask for it.
No.
Did you end up, I heard you say that you talked to the police at the scene before you went,
See?
before you left.
See, y'all
Yeah.
see? She just came back with it, see?
Civilians, non-law enforcement.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and who did you speak to?
While I was doing CPR, a gentleman who told me he was a resource officer.
I'm so sorry. You can't repeat what somebody else told you, but my question is, did you talk to, you said you talked to another gentleman out there, is that right?
Yes.
And then anyone else?
No,
And
No.
he who was looking at my injuries, I spoke to him too.
Okay, and any other civilians, just regular people?
I called my wife.
Okay, sure, and I mean, that makes sense, of course, but I'm saying just on the highway, regular people, non-law enforcement, non-medical, other than the resource officer that you just talked about.
I also called my office and
Oh,
the
okay.
people I was supposed to do surgery on and
I
told
mean,
them no.
people that were physically there.
So people on the highway.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to clarify my question. So I'm sure you made phone calls. My question is about people that were physically there also. Anyone else that was not law enforcement.
if he's talking to people that were physically there, but you cannot come back and say what somebody said, why is he answering the question? Why is she asking that question?
Yes, just briefly. Doctor, who all did?
You can't say what somebody else said.
About you all, while you were at the scene.
Y'all hear me?
To let them know.
You too?
I probably was gonna miss.
If he cannot
afternoon's appointment.
repeat what somebody else say, why is she asking that question?
I spoke to police and spoke to,
So the jury could get a reasonable doubt.
From there, I was taken to the Methodist Dallas emergency room to be.
I gotta get to Kiwon. He got some girls on his team, baby.
Do you see what's on the ground?
He got some girls on his team.
Is that your phone, or do you know whose phone that is on the ground behind you?
They ain't playing no games. I'm gonna need to see who they are. I'm gonna have to get their names, because if I get in trouble, I need them on my side.
47, that's your vehicle, correct?
Baby, anytime you could run down the street
Yes.
and it's on film
You see, what appears to be,
and everybody knowing your body
Yes, it
image.
appear to be a shoe.
and then what appears to be a phone.
Look at Mo
Yes.
3.
Citizen offer states to 50, which is a notice of intent to use business record, and states to 51, which is offer grant medical record.
My God.
Defense counsel.
My God. My God. Them helpers bad. Them helpers bad.
Can't touch your back though.
Them helpers bad. That's why they need to think. When they asking them questions, they need to think before they speak. Think. Boy, he pissed off.
Nothing further to say though.
Nothing further from the defense.
No objection from the state.
No objection from the defense.
Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, John, another short break before we continue. All right, let's take a 15-minute break and be back at, let's see. Back at 3:35. All right.
Hey. They gone on another break. I go on a break. I quit. I quit. I want to find out who they lady. We got to find out who their names is, because I want them to, in trouble I get in, I want them to represent me. Yeah, I want to know what the outside looking like. Who outside? I want some footage from the outside. I want to see who all there. They say Boo's supposed to be there, and a couple of other celebrities. I know I heard Boo's is supposed to be out there. I don't know who else. But I wish they show some footage from the outside. When the doctor released me, if this go on for the rest of the month, well, maybe for another 2 or 3 weeks, I'm coming to Dallas. I'm gonna take me a ride, cause it's just getting good. This is nothing compared to what it's gonna be. You know, because that's what, 3 witnesses. and it's supposed to be like 70 more. And we haven't even gotten to the main characters, you know, such as Devin and Jossie and whoever else, Rainwater supposed to be testifying. I don't know if Cedric is gonna testify, but he talking, they say. He talking. But I don't know if y'all heard this or heard it yesterday. They said Devin was actually on Mo3's side. You know, even though Jossie baby daddy and Mo3 was her lover, he actually said that they had a hit out on Mo3. So he was working with the police, allegedly trying to stop the hit, but it all boils down to the police had some involvement too. So it's on MHB IG. I saw it early this morning. Him and Straight Like That was talking. And Straight played the audio on his platform. And it was actually said that Devin had told the police that they had a hit. So he to me, he was trying to save Mo3. But the police let it go through. Yeah. And he actually set up the drop-off for as the money. He orchestrated everything. And all of this is supposed to be recorded. So. But I go back to the doctor on the first. If the doctor release me and he say I'm free to roam, I'm going to be in Dallas. I know they're not letting us inside, but I want to come down. I'm coming down there because this is crazy. This is crazy. Now, you saw how them ladies done tripped that man up like that? He say he didn't talk to nobody. Then he turned around and say he talked to somebody. You got to, yeah, you got to listen. You got to pay attention. And then got him caught up right fast. So they can rule him as a potential liar. And they came back on him real quick. Real quick. She even hesitates. She asks a few more questions and then she come back and say, well, you said you didn't talk to anybody on the interstate, but now you've talked to somebody. Duh. Maybe this trial is gonna be something else. Well, I'm gonna sign off for the evening because I'm tired. I'm sleepy. I done took my medicine and I need to take a nap. So I'm gonna let the big bloggers finish it. But I will be back in full effect on tomorrow. Yeah, I need to go get me some rest. I'm dizzy a little bit. So I'm going to lay down for my nurse. Go to fussing at me. Yeah, I had to have inside care. So my nurse is here. And she's been telling me, shut that shit up. Nettie's been telling me to shut the damn cameras off. So I'm gonna talk a little shit tonight. I just need to go lay down, y'all, because I feel kind of tired. I am tired. You can tweet. So until tomorrow, salute. And I thank everybody that tuned in, that sit with me for a little while. And those of you who are in the bushes, hit that like button. Bye, y'all. Love you.